Oh my love, you're such a fragile thing, I know. And with the winter comes the ice, the snow, but I'm here to hold. And oh my love, don't worry about the cold just yet. The trees haven't started to shed. Just feel the summer sun as it warms our bed. I'm lying, and I'm lying when I say but I'm trying to shelter you from.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the snorlads. It's just a financial thing, and it's, unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day, just made my day. You made my day, you made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Here's my guest, Smiley. What do you think? You guys like his new appearance? It's a lot less scratchy than, you know, he's accustomed to, though.
So it's not an improvement. There we go. Whew, it was bloody. I'm sitting waiting for that intro, and I'm going, it's fucking hot in there.
Yeah, I cut it down. I put the video out for the recap as a separate video, all on its own. Those of you that were here for the whole show last week don't need to go and watch it, but I figured, you know, if you only got to watch like an hour of it or something, well, we can get you a quick 5-minute summary of everything, you know, the highlights of the last video, and let you know what all we got accomplished. And the shenanigans that went on and whether I vomited it or not, or
sometimes we don't get done what we get done because we'll jibber jabber on like 2 old women.
that's exactly it too. We sit there and gab away and don't even pay attention to what's going on. And here OBS is bleeping out again, throwing encoder overload. I even cut the settings back on it. It obviously didn't change a dang thing. So how you wonderful folks doing out there today? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Grabbed your vape and your juice. I got my usual, Arbiter and the Dovpo Odin, and I've got my chewing gum. I'm trying to plaster through that one. And our illustrious Best Musk is still here. And no, I did not subject my wife to it.
Oh,
however,
damn.
it has kind of changed its profile a little bit. And to be honest, when I was doing the actual mixing of it, I didn't realize that I did have a big, huge, massive bottle of marshmallow custard. So I went and mixed up a new version of the pink elephant. Here's the version from last week.
Oh.
And what better time than the present to actually give it a try and see, are they different?
Well, can you remember when we were like talking last week how much people vape and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, volume wise.
Yeah, and I had a 200 ml bottle of peach custard last week, didn't I?
Yeah.
There ain't much left of it now, I'm afraid to say. I'm on the dregs. Nearly gone. So, I thought, seeing my reserves are dropping down, I did decide to mix some Flavrz 1 shot of strawberry milkshake, which is very nice. So
OBS just decided it was going to do its own little thing here.
Yeah, it's just it's just no, just me now. Hi guys, there's 2 of me. Hey, come on.
I don't know what's going on with this thing.
We've got the
I don't think OBS wants me to try this musk again. I think that's what it boils down to.
There's gremlins in that house.
Oh, and the DNA board. Every time, you leave it sit for a while, you got to click on it 5 times to actually activate it again, turn the thing back on, wake it up out of its energy saving setting. It would help if I actually picked up the right vape.
Oh, well, that didn't help,
that one
did it?
tastes like watermelon, even with the pink elephant on it.
The new flavor.
All right. Let's try this again.
Oh, a pink elephant watermelon. That'd be a new one, couldn't it?
Well, see, that's the problem. See anything missing?
Oh.
I'm missing an O-ring.
Uh-huh. That's not good.
And without the O-ring, it doesn't stay in place.
Oh. That'd be a leak.
Yeah, I still smell musk. Even in the pink elephant.
I think you're destined to have musk for the next 6 months now, matey.
It's not bad. It's settled into the flavor. It's not like, last week it was a very pungent, stand in your face, kind of old lady armpit smell. Now it's kind of blended into actually forming a decent juice, and it's kind of like just a background floral note to the liquid.
It's still something I am just totally not interested in trying. I'm sorry to say.
And to be honest with you, I mean, that's why I took and I actually mixed up the original recipe that he actually sent me using the real marshmallow custard that you were supposed to use in the recipe. And never bothered to think last week, I've got this marshmallow custard sitting on the shelf here. Maybe I should look at the shelf and see if it's one of the big bottles that I got.
Well, there you have it. It's a big bottle.
I actually mixed this up yesterday, and I'm like, okay, well, I want to know what it's actually like with the custard, because if you have a custard thing and this musky scent is not even a scent at all that's actually separately identifiable in this liquid, this might actually be something interesting. Because like I said before, a lot of people's all-day vape has something that just is weird about it. You have your main profile that you love and you identify with, but there's like this curiosity flavor somewhere in the mix. Like my OG blue is blue raspberry cotton candy, but there's just something else about it. And after having multiple conversations with different people and stuff, cranberry seems to be the one that everybody suggests is put in there, but they don't tell you about it. So you kind of go, that's not just blue raspberry. There's something else there.
It's one of them, I know what you mean. You get a whiff of something, you're thinking, what is that? You know what I mean?
And I mixed this one up yesterday, and it's doing the same thing that the other one did. That, as a recipe is built and developed, they eventually ripen like a banana. When you bring home a banana and it's green from the store, you go to eat it the first day, it's like, no, I don't ever want to eat a banana again. If that's the only experience you ever have with a banana, you're going to be like, I don't want that.
Yeah.
But if you wait a couple days and let the thing turn yellow and you start to eat it, it's like, oh man, this thing's actually really good. I love this thing.
Same with pears, even when they're rock hard, you let them ripen to go soft.
Yeah, nobody wants to eat a rock hard pear, but you leave that thing sit around a while and soften up a little bit.
Lovely.
It gets juicy and mouth filling. Oh, just thinking about it, makes me salivate already.
I'm going to drink a cup of tea to get my salvation.
Listen, we had a friend of ours come over, and she brought me something to try. Brown sugar bourbon coffee.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It's all about flavors.
Bourbon coffee, my God.
Fantastic.
The wife would probably like that because she likes flavoured coffees like that, the lattes and mochas and all that stuff, and caramel, this and
I used to be really into the flavored coffees and stuff, and it just it got to the point where it was like, no, I just want a straight up old bingo coffee. Exactly. When you go to a bingo and they serve you that coffee made in that big huge thing, and it's just nothing but their generic cheapest coffee they could buy.
Good old flat white. That does me. Absolutely.
Straight up.
Lovely flat white.
Well, this bourbon is just a subtle note in the background. So you get that it's coffee, but it's like somebody took a splash of bourbon and, brown sugar and put it in there.
It's probably the similar thing as what, I don't know if the Irish used to do, but you just make a coffee with cream and put a drop of whiskey in,
Listen, when we were at the liquor store the last time, my wife had me pick up a Bailey's Irish cream to put into the coffee, and it's still sitting in our freezer.
Oh, Bailey's, man. Oh, God. Oh, I love that. I could drink that, eat that, whatever, till the cows actually ran out of milk. Really.
I just keep forgetting to put it in the coffee.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Bailey's, man. Oh, my God. That's what I was drinking New Year. A bottle and a half of it, to be quite exact. Straight on the rocks. Lovely.
Ooh, those are good.
Oh, love it. Absolutely. But as per usual, there'll be none left because when I start it, I make sure I finish it.
And when you pair this up, this pink elephant, you pair this up with the coffee's so pungent and has such an acidic base to it that this is actually really pleasant with it. I'm kind of surprised.
This is Pittsburgh version of the Bogan, but instead of pairing with a beer, he's pairing it with a beverage.
Hold on, I didn't say that there wasn't going to be any alcohol involved in the show. Now that we got the musk out of the way, and actually that is turned into something actually really beautiful, and I encourage everybody out there to try and explore your flavor profiles, because you never really know what you're going to like until you actually try something. And part of, doing the DIY stuff is getting acclimated to the fact that when you first mix the recipe, it's not the final product. The final product is a week down the road or 2 weeks down the road or sometimes a month down the road, like your custard. How long did it take for that custard to develop? I know you didn't finish it off before it finished, but
about 6 weeks normally, roughly.
Yeah.
60.
The longer you vaped on it, the better it got.
Yeah. It's like that one you got, oh, I'll have a taste, see how it's doing. That's bloody good, that. Have another taste. And
Yeah, you just kept getting better and better and better.
No bottle left.
Yeah, the first day you got it, I was like, I don't know about this one. You even said that, the first day you mixed it up, it was like kind of a chemically, scent and whatnot to it.
Then just, it's probably the sauce that gives it that hotness and chemically. When once obviously the sauce blends in, it just mellows out and it's absolutely lovely.
Yes, when you push the volume of these flavors all the way up to the thing, you're going to notice those chemical accents and the off notes. And that actually helps you make better recipes in the long run too, because once you realize what it is that's giving you that off note, you can turn that one on just a hair.
Well, trust us, musk is definitely not on my list. A, it's disgusting, and B, I know where it comes from now, and
You would be surprised at the things that you consume every single day that you have one impression of in your mind.
Don't you even go there, because you will put me off food for life. Just don't even. Right? Let me enjoy me moment.
Listen, I'm not gonna burst your bubble. I'm not gonna take away the joy that you get from wonderful different food profiles and stuff. But I want people to become realistic, because when we had this friend come over, I asked her, and she had the conversation about, how's your YouTube channel going? How's the whole vape situation and the vape scene out there and stuff? Because it's like. Yeah. She doesn't have a clue. She's not active in this. This isn't any part of her life whatsoever, other than the fact that she knows somebody that's, trying to advocate for it. So I brought up the whole thing about, how there were studies published out there saying that, vaping is going to rot your teeth out. And it's not the cigarettes that rotted your teeth or started the cavities in the first place. It's the vape that's doing it. And she's like, what? Vape? I would never even believe that if I heard it. Yeah. But she didn't hear it.
Some people have got common sense, that's why.
Well, that's part of it, is you got common sense, and the other part of it is the things that we catch out and point out and reply back to on Twitter. That is actually a very small audience that even pays attention to that kind of stuff, let alone is exposed to it. Just because, the Bloomberg is out there spending millions upon millions of dollars to have websites regurgitate all this stuff and spread the misinformation out there doesn't mean people actually see it.
No.
They got lives of their own to worry about and, own issues to deal with. If it doesn't directly impact their lives, they don't care.
Exactly. I mean, if it's something that doesn't interest them or they don't do, then why would they, look or be interested? And, it's just, you get over your shit, I get over my shit, basically.
Mm-hmm. But she didn't have a clue about any of this stuff.
No, I know.
Even when I talked to her about it, and I told her, I says, because she's like, how's the juice, coming? Because you make your own juice and stuff now. And I told her about, Flavrz sending us this package of flavorings so that, this actually brought my flavoring total that I have to mix with up to almost 400, especially once I did the inventory and added a bunch of stuff that I already had, but wasn't in ELR. It's just unbelievable. The flavor options are infinite. Honestly.
Pretty much whatever you can imagine, you can probably make. It's as simple as that, isn't it, really? It's down to your imagination, if anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So, to explore our flavor profile in the beverage aspect of things, today we have a hard cider.
Oh, I like a nice cider.
Blueberry peach hard cider.
Where do you find this shit? Where do you find all this stuff?
House of 1,000 Beers.
Look at this net. There's no that over here.
House of 1,000 Beers. 6% alcohol by volume. All natural, gluten-free hard cider.
Absolutely no like that. I think ciders here, we've got pear, apple, and that's the only two I can spring to mind.
The only thing that sucks about going into a store like that literally has 1,000 different options available for you are the prices.
Oh God,
yeah, it's $6 a can.
Yeah, with the ale beers, you know, the pale ale, the proper ale beers, they cost a fortune to buy them. Probably the ale beers, but like you run the mill lagers are cheap as chips.
Yeah, you can keep your Indian pale ale stuff. I don't want to have any parts of an IPA. Does not interest me whatsoever.
There's all sorts out there now, man. Unbelievable. Well, funny
yes, there is.
Funny you should mention. I found this cheeky one at the back of the fridge. It was the Rest of Me Carlsberg Export beer. So, and it is probably the best beer in the world, as they state on the back of the can.
So legit is the best beer in the world that you've tasted so far.
Me, I gone through phases, to be honest with you, right? That beer there, I've had that, and I've had a Budweiser. I've had that. I'm not a fan of Budweiser, to be honest with you.
Yes.
That there's a good beer, but I was also into bitter, like your Stones, your John Smiths, your Cream Flow bitters. Them, I used to drink them for fun. And then lagers, I was I was into 1664 and Foster's and all that stuff. I still like to do a general mix, but that's kind of the playing field. A lager, beer, touch on a cider now and then. But I like drinking cider in the summer because I think it's more refreshing. I'm a cider man in the summer, bit of ice in, delicious. You know what I mean? And the stuff I get, it's called K cider. It's actually initial K, and it's about 9% volume or something. It's just it's like rocket fuel, basically. 4 of them. You know what I mean? 4 of them. If you're not wobbling about after 4 of them, there's something seriously wrong with you.
That's fantastic.
Or you must have it thrown through your veins, one of the two.
We all need a little excitement in our lives and a little downtime.
Just let your hair down
from the world.
Just chill out.
Yeah.
No, I like more than sit in the garden in the summer, nice warm day, cold cider in your hand. Tremendous. Love it.
It's fantastic.
Get a tan.
Well, that's saved for later on in the show. Today, we've also got lined up.
Oh, what's he found this time?
The Moradin.
Moradin. Ooh. Who makes that cloud? Oh. Very interesting.
Oh, I have never even heard of this. ICLOUDCIG is who manufactured the Moradin.
Never heard of them.
Never heard of them either. So pick this up. There's a nice rare find. And we're going to do another Wotofo product today. Old school Wotofo.
Oh,
when was the last time you saw that logo?
Holy moly.
That is long before they had anything to do with smock whatsoever.
Wow.
And this...
That's before it even went green, isn't it? It's before they turned it green, and it's what a totally different logo that is. Wow.
Yeah. And this is the Addy Cubed.
Wow.
Because it's literally a cube. A square, cuboid-shaped dripper.
God, that is well. I can vaguely remember that. Vaguely. Because it was the shape. It was like, everybody's gone, this should be round. No, we've got a square one. Really?
I'm waiting for somebody to come out with a triangular one.
Well, that's all we need next. No, they're just stuck on the pyramid.
Yeah, so those are going to be our 2 exploratory drippers in a rebuildable tank today. And then we obviously got our hard cider. It's all about a flavor explosion in our mouths today because got a recipe for an apricot delight.
Oh.
And let me tell you, this thing is so wonderful, not just because it brings the apricot and the peach to the forefront and it lusciously wraps it all in a nice cream. But this is such a good balanced recipe And I'm going to show you how to bend it 4 ways.
Oh.
You can bend it into a grapefruit. You can bend it all different ways. We're going to cover that later on in the show. Fantastic recipe. And that's the little thing I've said before about it, but I'm literally really getting stuck in the trenches now, because when you mix with somebody's recipe, and that's the one thing I've liked about Flavrz flavor profiles, it is so much easier to balance a recipe than when you take and you try and put a Capella and a TFA and, you know, a Mullenberry mixed in with somebody else's brand. It's like all their flavor profiles, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're all relatively the same strength for that particular flavor. So when you go and you blend a recipe of theirs, you can take a 6 and you know that's going to be the dominant note if everything else is, you know, 2, 3, or 4 underneath it.
Yeah. Whatever the higher.
You have that problem with like Purellum. You know, the Purellum Golden Pineapple is nothing. It tastes exactly like the Capella Golden Pineapple, but you can't use the same percentages in a recipe. You can't just swap one for the other. They interact differently with your mix, and you can crank that percentage way up and you get the flavor back that you want. But unfortunately, I see it freezing again. OBS is just glitching out today.
Wow. Yeah, it's like you said. It's like
you can crank that percentage up and you can get that golden pineapple back, but then you've watered it down because you put so much of that flavoring in there that the other things don't fall into that same range of percentages.
It's like you touched on as well, like different manufacturers may make the same flavor, but the profiles all differ very slightly. You know,
and the concentration's different on them.
Yeah.
You know, you get Wonder flavors. There's a reason why the majority of my Wonder flavors are little tiny 10 and 15 ml bottles. One drop is enough to literally impart that flavor into you, generally speaking.
Yeah.
And the perfect example of that is champagne soda from Wonder Flavors. You put that into that apricot delight and you add a little cooling sensation to it. And now you've got yourself a beautiful peach ice cream.
Oh, God.
Just by adding one additional flavor to it, and because that's a super concentrate, it is so potent, it literally only took one drop to literally bend that flavor profile into something completely different.
Wow.
And then to get the ice cream sensation, add a little cooling sensation to it. So
you're hungry here now. Did you realize that? Especially peaches and apricot, man. Oh, what a combo.
Listen, maybe one of these days we'll expand the show and, you know, you could literally videotape making yourself something like, you know, a shepherd pie or something, and we can have that as a little intro bit in there. Not only taste our vape liquids, but we can also go ahead and taste some beautiful food and have a wonderful flavored beverage to go and wash it all down.
Well, this is it. New spin on a cook show, I suppose. Cook and vape.
Yeah.
Vape and cook.
Hey, you know what? I didn't even think about it. I forgot to say hi to everybody here. We're sitting there chatting away and blabbering on about.
Hello.
I forgot to say hi to everybody in chat.
God, you see how these shows never got to plan. You see, we just start gabbing away like two fish wine, and everything just goes out the window.
Oh my goodness, Dusty Country Road was the first one in the chat today, so I want to say hi and welcome to you. Free Ride Vapor, Pam Spraggins, Tim B, welcome to the wonderful show. Mary Nixon, Cloud Chucker, Free Ride Vapor. It's wonderful to have all of you here today. Let's see if our chat works.
Just put up there looks very nice. TPA
Blueberry Extra.
Wonder Flavor Blueberry Jam 0.7. Capella Juicy Peach 2.75. Oh, that looks like a nice little sweet. Hey, very nice. There you go.
That sounds like a fantastic recipe.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I actually have. Do I have the blueberry?
Ooh. Do we have a viewer's recipe coming up? That would be interesting.
I do not have TPA blueberry.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
We'll have to gather up the recipes next time I place an order, and we'll mix that up one day.
Yeah, man.
Give that a try.
Looks really nice.
Yeah.
Mary Nixon, I mixed a great bubblegum and sweet strawberry flavour bubblegum and FW sweet strawberry with a couple of drops of super sweet. Ooh, very nice.
Ooh, that's fantastic. Tastes delicious. I can already picture it and imagine those flavors.
Tim B adds to that recipe plus 7 days for the cream to pop up, but you can vape it straight away. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
And that was something else that really surprised me about mixing up this Apricot Delight. I got the cream flavor initially on the Shaken Vape. That's a rarity.
Wow,
that
it
truly is a rarity. So you remember last week we were having the conversation, and I was going on my whole spiel about, Amanda Wheeler leaving. She's no longer going to be advocating for, the vape market, the consumer vape market, the small mom and pops that are out there and stuff like that. And I asked the question, who's going to be taking their place?
Yes, right, yeah.
To get people's, brain cells thinking about this and, thinking about if they have an extra 5 minutes every day to be able to go and advocate for this type of stuff. And just as a general perspective on things, I figured, this week on our advocacy segment, we would actually go and take a look at an actual scientific study that was done that evaluated who is out there advocating for safer nicotine products. So let's jump right into there. Here's the actual study. Move us off to the side. Global survey of consumer organizations advocating for safer secret products. Because, it's YouTube, we don't want to talk about the actual subject here, but we all know exactly what it is because it's what people need to not smoke.
Secret products. I love the way they put that.
Well, they didn't put it that way. I have the browser set up that way so that when we go to ELR, we're not constantly looking at it.
Got you.
That's why it's a secret. But we all know what the secret is. What makes up secret sauce? That's why it's called secret sauce.
I see.
However, when you go and you take a look at this thing, they went and they looked at it, and there's a total of 52. And I posted this onto the Discord server. So those of you that are interested in getting a heads up, there's a link in the description to this video. Click on it. You can join the Discord server, and you can get a preview of some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in the next episode. Whenever I find a scientific study or something, it gets tossed on there. If I find some newsy bits, it gets tossed on there. You get a little early warning to, what's coming your way. However, here we have a total of 52 active organizations were identified across the entire planet. 13 in Latin America, 8 in Africa, 24 in Europe, 5 in the Asia Pacific region, and 2 in North America. Most were established in 2016, and 39 have become legally incorporated. And their stated purpose is to increase awareness about safer nicotine products, about tobacco harm reduction, and to promote the rights and access to these products. And obviously, we all know that these are just small organizations. Most of them are operated strictly by volunteers.
None of them's had funding at all from tobacco or pharmaceuticals. That's disgusting.
That is something that is actually covered in this.
Wow.
And they have the total global funding for all of these organizations, all 52 organizations, was just $309,810.
That's shocking.
None of them got any funding from tobacco or pharmaceutical companies. That's a shocker there.
That's awesome. That's terrible. That's awesomely terrible. Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't think the UK actually fund any as such. I think it's more like a government thing now. The government, like the taxpayer.
Well, you have the New Nicotine Alliance.
Yeah, but there's the thing about some of these like UK ones. They've got them going, and you give them that due, the shouting, the shouting, the lobby and all that stuff, yeah, and then they're in the meetings with all the, which is great, but that, like, you don't hear a lot of them as such, like you should hear more, you know what I mean? They should be given more, backing or more funding, like you say, but you only hear of them when there's like a meeting going on or there's a report come out, then you hear, but after that you don't really hear much of them, you know what I mean? Don't get us wrong, they're probably working their arse off, 24/7 in the background, but there's not enough publicity given to them as such as what there would be for a cigarette, you know what I mean? It's just a lot of these organisations need publicity, they need backing up by publicity. But again, the media and all that stuff, they always bring the bad news. They don't give you the good news. So, it's a shame,
Yeah.
It's a shame. All these people are working hard in the background and they don't seem to get any national recognition for all the work they're doing, you know what I mean? So it's just so sad.
But and here's the whole reason and the crux of this whole situation down. There are 82 million vapors worldwide. Those products are all being sold by shops, by distributors, and the manufacturers. Where's the money to advocate for these products?
Yeah. It's non-existent, man.
That's exactly it, non-existent. $309,000, $310,000, we'll round it off, okay?
Yeah.
Around the entire globe. Meanwhile, Bloomberg last year spent $160 million to advocate for prohibition. How can you possibly compete with that?
It's just impossible, especially when you've got Bloomberg throwing these millions in, to do everything negative with vaping. You can't compete, can you?
No. It's utterly ridiculous.
But a bit of good news there. Dusty County Road just put out a comment there in the chat that Grim put out a vid earlier. Canada Health have just put a study. It's awesome. ADVOCACY, whatever it is, might be changing their tune about vape and hopefully start promoting it. So Canada could be doing a bit of a U-turn, thankfully.
I did see that, but see, the thing that, I've learned to do, especially, in covering the news, is when you see something like that, what part of the actual landscape or the paper or the website that they got that from reflects that statement?
Yeah.
Because the whole CDC and Avali situation is a perfect example of they made all this hay, went live and had multiple press conferences when the first person got sick and they identified it, it isn't just one person. There's, a handful of people that are getting sick with this Avali.
Yeah.
Which obviously from the x-rays you can tell is lipoid pneumonia or thereabouts.
Pretty much.
And they made all this hay about it and all this stink about it, and it kept getting regurgitated in every single news source and paper out there and TV. The day shows were talking about this for the longest time. And then they ended up finally coming to do the scientific studies and the research, and they got all the lab reports back, and every single person that got sick tested positive for THC.
Exactly.
Every single one of them, despite whether they originally said that they were vaping nicotine products, not THC. They had nothing to do with cannabis. They're innocent people. They definitely follow the laws. Well, every single one of them come back tested positive for THC content. So the ultimate goal is come out and find out what actually was tainted, chase after the tainted source to prevent other people from getting sick.
Like I say, on the other side of the coin, they could have been pressured into say it was just vaping and not THC. They might have went in and said, I've been smoking cannabis. Oh, no, I can't say that. We'll just say vaping on the TV. You don't know, do you?
Normally I'm like the ones that, especially with a lot of the statements I've made in the past, people can look at me and say, oh, well, he's a little far out there, and I can understand why, people are worried about us, being flat earthers or whatnot. But legitimately, from an American, I can tell you for 100% fact, they didn't lie about it because they were worried about going to jail. They didn't lie about it because, somebody paid them to lie about it. They lied about it because when you go to the hospital, your average emergency room visit is at least $25,000.
Aha, right.
So if you have insurance, which most people do to some degree or another, it's not going to cover the whole thing. So you're going to get a bunch of bills in the mail after you get all your exams, especially now because the hospitals don't send you one bill for your entire stay. You get a bill from the hospital as an organization. You get a bill from the emergency room physician. You get a bill from the labs. You get a bill from the x-ray department. You get a bill from everything that they can break it down into.
Wow.
Because, you know, when an insurance company pays it, they only pay a portion of it, and they have certain things that are set at certain prices so that when you get charged for an x-ray, you don't, you know, you can bill $800 for it, but they're going to pay you whatever the contracted rate is with that insurance company, $25 per x-ray or whatever.
And plus, an insurance policy could be voided if it's drug or alcohol abuse.
A lot of them have those clauses in there that specifically state if you got sick or hurt and it is your own damn fault that you got hurt because you were doing something illegal, that's the only reason they were worried about not saying anything about it. It's not that they were worried about the cops, you know, arresting them for being in the hospital because they used cannabis. It was because they didn't want their insurance company to deny their claim when the insurance company finds out that they got sick because they were using a cannabis product, and it's not legalized anywhere at the time.
Yeah. I had never thought of it looking on that side of it, like.
That's the exact reason, and that's the financial motivations. And you can literally, even when you're looking at advocacy, you can look at the financial motivations for people, who benefits financially when people take a stand this way or that way on it. Here you have, like the American Lung Association has been advocating, you know, to get rid of smoking for the longest time, and all of a sudden they see the science, they understand that, you know, people are giving up cigarettes, and that, you know, this is the next big thing, this is the most popular thing, so this is what they got to go after.
Yeah.
Their exact existence depends on it. Yeah. They originally found 67 organizations around the globe advocating for this, and 13 of them are no longer operational.
Wow. Those were excluded, Jesus.
But if they're not in existence, you can't really talk about them because they're really not doing anything. But the study actually took a look at it. You know, what were these people actually doing? What's their organizational structures like? What do they actually advocate for or against? What do they include as a safer nicotine product? And then they actually went and take a look at how much money Bloomberg and other organizations, because here's the organizational resources. For the last year, the total came to $309,810. And this is in contrast with what Bloomberg, like I said, $160 million. Not including the $20 million he gave to the University of Bath to found the smoke-free department. I wonder what he's eradicating smoking globally.
I wonder what he's given to the WHO, because he seems to have them in his pocket as well.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it on here. You know, they used to be easier to find things on web pages. The search tools, they literally hide them in settings and all kinds of other things nowadays.
Yeah, you want to do a bit of digging.
So here we go. The University of Bath, which was set up, the Tobacco Tactics and Tobacco Control Research Group, received a $20 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies. Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids received $160 million from the same organization.
The
campaign against vaping.
But see, there's a sentence there after he says, University Bath Tobacco Tactics Control has received 20 million. Some of the funding is used to criticize harm reduction groups and individuals. What the fuck?
To allege that they have links with tobacco companies.
What the hell?
The power and clout of the Bloomberg Philanthropies permeates the walls of the World Health Organization through its cumulative funding amounting to $1 billion.
There you go. That answers the question, doesn't it?
You wonder why Michael Bloomberg is an ambassador for the World Health Organization.
Yep.
Here's $1 billion. Let me go out there and be your ambassador and say what I want to say.
Mm-hmm. We've just said, there's a suitcase full of money. Don't care what's in it. Just take it.
Yeah.
That kind of answered my question.
How do you compete with that?
It just can't.
How can $310,000 compete with all of that?
I've heard of money talks, but that is like money talks to the extreme in it.
Just like the slide in our intro video and on the last, things that we've been putting out there, all the money that they've gotten in from the MSA and have spent 0.4% of that for tobacco control. The rest of it gets spent for everything else.
Well, probably lining their pockets now, all MPs and senators and whatever you are, they're all crooks. They're just all legalized gangsters or legalized whatever. They are. They're just crooks. They're in it for what they can get out of it. It's as simple as that. They all are.
They pass a law, and the law specifically states that the money is going to be allocated for this purpose. But when the money comes in,
doesn't happen.
They keep their hands off of it for the actual stated purpose, and it gets reallocated for, we've got this bond that we need to cover. The state's going to go bankrupt, so, we bail out the states on all their tobacco bonds.
Yeah. There was a couple of states that were nearly bankrupt, wasn't it? Because they were due to pay it back, weren't they? Was it last year?
New York were at the top of the list.
Was it last year?
You wonder why they banned Flavrz in both of those states.
When was it due? Was it last year or the year before that they fucking get the money?
It's due every year. They have to make payments on it every year.
Ah, right. No, I thought they had to make a full repayment or something on something. I can't remember what it was.
Well, they have certain bonds that are due at the end of the term, and they have certain bonds that are, set up as payment after, an introductory period while they make certain amount of payments to pay off that bond.
That's right. Yeah, I'm with you now.
But it's so confusing to try and track all this stuff and to figure out exactly what's going on there. It's just...
It is. It's just, you hear one thing one minute, another the next, and you just don't know whether... It's getting hard to believe stuff now, you know what I mean? Because there's that much stuff coming out. Throwing, misinformation, lies, whatever at you. You're just sitting there like, well, what do you believe? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, here's the facts summed up for us in a nice scientific paper about how Bloomberg is actually using his resources and this financial advantage from the stronghold he has in the World Health Organization campaign for tobacco-free kids. There was a chart that was made up of all the funding that's out there. And the funding also includes money from the United States government through its scientific ventures that ends up in the hands of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And it's not MSA money.
This kids thing is just getting milked to friggin' death, you know what I mean? It's just, yes, there'll have been kids that experiment with stuff, just like they experiment with cigarettes, just like they experiment with drink, just like they experiment with sex, whatever. They experiment with everything. We've all done it at that age. It doesn't mean the hardened vapors or that, you know what I mean? It's, it's crazy, man.
Yeah. And you know what? For today's episode, I was literally debating which flavor I was going to grab out of the drawer because my wife, when she went out there last time, she brought home 6 different cans of 6 different things. And the one is literally Ecto Cooler.
Oh.
The green can has, like from Ghostbusters, the ectoplasm is the actual color labeling on the can and stuff.
Wow.
If you think that, vaping bottles actually attract kids, that... something like this that's colorful is attractive to kids because it shows a cartoon image of raspberry jam toast. That Ecto Cooler, is straight out of a movie.
It's the same with the products that get away with it, like energy drinks, the Monster, for an example, that's all bright colors and different colors, and that's a big thing, lot of kids are hammering energy drinks, you know what I mean? Whoever. But they're not getting banned from having nice flashy labels on and stuff, are they? You know? Carry on.
They don't get accused of attracting youth.
On the other side of the coin, obviously, I don't know if it's the same in the States, but the UK banned all the packaging on cigarettes. You know, everything looked the same and just couldn't display it.
No,
so
they didn't do that here. It's been delayed by the court so many times I've lost count.
But, you know, which is a good thing in a sense, you know what I mean? Just so if they can do...
I think it's just artificial comforting.
Yeah.
Thinking that it's going to do that, because the scientific studies that have done on that, on plain packaging, since you guys have already adopted it, they've studied it and they looked at the quit rates and did it actually affect consumers' purchase? No. Plain packaging does absolutely nothing except confuse you for a couple seconds. You had your brand that you smoked when you smoked cigarettes?
The thing is, you know why, right? Because when you go in, the cabinet is closed, then all of a sudden they'll open that magic door and then it's da-da-da, look at all these cigarettes, you know.
Yeah, but you know what? When you smoked, you had one brand that you stuck with. Unless the store was out of them, that's all you wanted.
They're still branded, even though they're plain, they're still branded. You still get Players and JPS and all that crap. They're still brands there. You know what I mean? They're just not like, I mean, JPS should be black and gold, didn't it? Used to have it on the race cars, Formula One cars. Used to be There's none of the like their logos, but their names are still actually on the packets as such. You know, so you know what they are. And the same like now when they banned the menthol, well, now you just get drops, or you get a bit of cardboard and you just stick them with your cigarettes, and you got menthol.
Yeah, some of these scientific studies not only looked at plain packaging, but they also evaluated the death threats that they put on like Canadian packaging and Australian packaging. You know, the scary images of somebody that's actually suffering from, you know, a tracheostomy because they've got COPD and they've had, you know, mouth cancer or something.
Oh, they still put them on, you know, there's pictures of lungs and all this crap on, you know, you still get all that.
It doesn't do a damn thing except make the people that are fighting against it feel better. Doesn't change consumer purchasing, you know, options.
My wife has actually seen it for real. My wife works in the funeral industry. The guy who does the embalming, he had a deceased in who'd had a PM. So obviously when they've done a PM, they've got to open them up again to make sure everything's such and such, right? And he went like that. The artery went, okay, there you go. And he squeezed the artery and he showed her all the shit that come out. And he said, that's smoking. You've actually seen it. It says it just looks like gunge. It says disgusting. And it is true to the fact what you've got on the picture. You know, blocked artery looks just looks like I can't even describe it. It's horrible. Disgusting. But she's seen it in real life and yet still smokes.
And if you think about things realistically, it isn't just tobacco smoking that causes these people to get sick. There is some truth in what Bloomberg tried to do with, you know, the soda tax in New York. The soda is mostly sugar. I've showed images before in my news about ketchup. Is more than half of that bottle is sugar.
That's kind of the same way they'll go with the energy drinks, isn't it? A lot of the sweeteners and the caffeines and all that, just very high quantities of it in.
The problem with the energy drinks is it's got that taurine in it. It's worse than caffeine.
Taurine,
it's like, you know, caffeine on steroids. These kids are bouncing off the walls and bragging about it because they're drinking energy drinks, and nobody's going after the energy drink companies.
Nope.
Because they're owned by the major soda companies.
Mm-hmm.
Once a corporation gets a foothold in the marketplace, you're done. You wonder why you got $10 per dozen eggs? It's because corporations have taken over. There's no more slack in the supply chain. So if there's any disruption anywhere, let's say that you have one major egg manufacturer for the company that, you know, has a structure fire, and that building burns down, that source needs to be replaced, and they don't have any extra places to get eggs from.
Yeah.
And they know Easter's coming up, so they're also stockpiling some of this stuff to get ready for the massive need to supply the consumer market at Easter.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm.
So they put the little clamps on here, and the greedy convenience store owner says, you know what? I got a memo saying I'm not going to be able to get eggs for a month. Well, I know I sell this many eggs every single week. I'm going to run out in 5 days because they didn't send the whole shipment. So what am I going to do? Jack the price up. $10. You want it? Go ahead and take it. $10 a package.
Definitely. Yep. Capitalism.
And when the consumers go, you know what? I'm not spending $10 on it. And it just sits there for that whole month. Guess what's going to happen when they get their next inventory in? There's going to be a sale on eggs. $1.69 a dozen.
It's not
you're
the
getting
case.
eggs that have been sitting there for a month.
It's not really the case. It's like Easter eggs, you know what I mean? When they come out, everybody stockpiles, start selling them they'll probably start selling them in the UK next week. They'll be getting the Easter eggs in next week here because that's how crazy they are. And like when Easter's over, you see them going from, I don't know, £6 an egg down to £1 to just get rid of them. You know what I mean? That's why I celebrate Easter later. The eggs are cheaper.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But getting back to the conversation about, it isn't just tobacco that's bad for you.
Oh, no.
Here's Gatorade. Gatorade's really good for you, right? It replenishes your electrolytes. I had muscle cramps last week, and my wife's like, oh, next time I'm at the store, I'll stop by and pick you up a Gatorade, replenish your electrolytes. It's really good for you, right? What do you think the ingredients are to make this Gatorade?
Thirst quencher.
Gatorade Frost, cool, thirst quencher, and it's basically a cherry flavor. And this is white when it's in the bottle.
So what is it? Is it a flavored water or is it a juice, a soft drink?
Gatorade is supposed to be what, athletes use to replenish their electrolytes when they're, doing physical activity, and football players drink them. And, see Gatorade advertised on the American football games.
Right, yeah. I've got you.
What do you think the ingredients are to make that?
Tory.
You said water. Okay, what comes after the water on the ingredients list? Because in America, you have to put the ingredients based upon the order it's in there. So if you've got 70% of it's water, then you got to put water first, and then 30%. Okay. So you break it down that way.
Oh, so
what do you think the next ingredient is on Gatorade?
Sugar?
Yes. What do you think the third ingredient is?
Taurine?
Dextrose, which is sugar.
Sugar. Well, yeah. Obviously, lots of sweeteners. There'll be sweetener in it, which is your sugar.
See if we can zoom in enough. I need a macro lens. Water.
Yeah.
Sugar.
Yeah.
Dextrose.
Okay.
Citric acid. It's vitamin C, essentially.
Citric acid, yeah.
Natural flavor. Salt.
Salt's not good.
Sodium citrate. We'll get to that in a minute. And monopotassium phosphate.
Oh, wow.
We'll get to that too. Modified food starch and glycerol ester of rosin. That's what makes up a Gatorade.
Wow. No PG then.
No PG. So let me do a quick Google search here for sodium citrate.
I couldn't resist.
And I'm going to do a quick Google search for this monopotassium phosphate.
I think it's got
let's just go take a look and see what these ingredients are that we're consuming in our beverages without thinking twice about it.
Probably scary, isn't it? You've got 34 grams of added sugars in there as well, which is coming up with 69%. Oh, Jesus.
Well, the second ingredient in the ingredients list after water is sugar. And then because there's not enough sugar in there, well, we're going to also put dextrose in there because we want to give you a simplified form of sugar so your body can metabolize it even faster.
That's one serious sugar rush, isn't it?
Sodium citrate is used to prevent donated blood from clotting in storage.
Nice.
It's also used in a laboratory before an operation to determine whether a person's blood is too thick and might cause a blood clot, or if the blood is too thin to safely operate. It's used in the medical context as an alkalizing agent in place of sodium bicarbonate to neutralize excessive acid in the blood and the urine.
Is it not like in beta blockers as well? Because it seems like it thins the blood, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but it doesn't, not directly. It's kind of like, when you take Coumadin or warfarin to thin your blood, you're not actually thinning the blood. What you're doing is poisoning your platelets to make them less sticky.
Ah, right.
Aspirin kind of does the same thing. That's why they tell you if you're having a heart attack to take 4-baby aspirin, because, it will make your platelets not as sticky, so your platelets can't actually clot. Platelets will just keep flowing because they're not sticky.
Got you.
So this is basically used to adjust the pH level inside this. That's what they're using as, the bicarbonate of soda replacement.
Yeah.
And here we have monopotassium phosphate. Applications. It's a fertilizer grade powder.
Oh, wait. Phosphate's the magic word, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
When you think of phosphate, the first thing that sticks into my head as soon as that's mentioned is a fertilizer of some sort. That's what just pops straight away.
Well, you want to replace the potassium in your body. That's what causes muscle cramps, when you have a sodium-potassium imbalance in your blood cells.
Yeah, the potassium's good, but when it's in a phosphate form, it's not good.
Yeah.
Basically, they're giving you weed killer.
Gatorade.
Yeah, I suppose that's in a lot of them.
Not as healthy as you thought it was.
No, none of them aren't. Sorry, man.
All right. So there is our basic study, getting back to the original topic at hand.
Fucking hell. You think
the conclusion of this study is the fact that we do not have enough people out there fighting for this, and those of us that do fight for it have a very small audience bubble that we are contained within by social media to get our word out there. So it's up to each of us to just, extend the branches of this bubble to reach into the public a little bit better.
I'm sorry, now you just got me looking at fucking ingredients and everything I've got now at the minute.
Sorbic acid, you're right. Thank you. Ian Thomas once again correcting the misinformation spouting out of my mouth.
Mr. Ian Thomas again.
Looking it up. It's sorbic acid, not citric acid. My apologies. Celtic salt is healthier and better replacement of electrolytes as trace minerals.
Jesus. You think that's scary? You want to see what's in a soft drink? Jesus Christ. Holy moly.
Show off your soft drink. Let's see what's in yours.
Oh, Jesus. What we got? Right, we have... Oh, God, Bennett. Sweeteners, artificial colours and flavours. It's just got a bit blurry on the can. Carbonated water, fruit juices from apple 3%, blackcurrant 20... acid, citric acid, malic acid. We have Garrett and hibiscus concentrate, whatever that is, acidity regulator, which is sodium citrate. Says natural raspberry flavouring with other natural flavourings, preservative, which is potassium sorbate, sweeteners, sucralose. Fuck, I can't even pronounce half of this shit. Sucralose. What the fuck? I said IQ. And then it says suitable for vegetarians and vegans. Really? Really? I don't even think it's suitable for anybody. It contains negligible. Oh, I like that. Contains negligible amounts of fat, saturates, carbohydrate, sugars, and protein. Negligible amount. That's a nice way of putting it, isn't it?
It's the same about vaping. There are negligible amounts of harmful ingredients actually contained within each puff of the vapor.
Exactly.
The whole point of this whole conversation, and the only reason I even brought up this whole Gatorade situation in the first place is, there are things that are out there that can be used on its purest forms, and when tested on its purest forms, will show that they actually cause harm. But when you use them at a safe dosage, it's actually prescribed medication. Or in the case of these flavorings, it's just used to flavor the liquid that we use to vaporize in our devices.
I mean, I think like UK, Europe, yourself to the States, the safety standards and safety checks and safety stuff has got to be high, for stuff like that. You know what I mean? Foods, all that. It's got to be. You just can't.
Your safety standards are much better than our safety standards.
Oh, without a doubt.
The things that manufacturers in the United States are allowed to put into our food supply is utterly ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I say, we are pretty strict. Like, when I think Europe is similar, not as strict, but we are pretty stringent on stuff like that. So, as I'm saying, if we can pass, vaping is 95% safer than cigarettes, then that's a test on its own. That, you know what I mean?
Your government is accustomed to actually testing things based upon what they actually are used as opposed to testing them out of reference based on, lab cells or mice or who knows what. You're looking at, the active ingredients and what the safe levels are, just like OSHA can determine what the safe occupational exposure limits are. And Europe, for example, this is the thing I keep coming back to, is Europe has a list of over 10,000 chemicals that are banned to be put into food products.
Yeah.
That are allowed in the United States.
But I think we've just had a bit of a hoo-ha with them putting more information on their food products, like labels and stuff like that, because we're getting there was a spate of people who were having reactions to food, maybe say people with nut allergies, there'd be nut or nut-based ingredients in that food, which they didn't label clearly. So there was a bit of a hoo-ha about that, because obviously the people got very ill. There was an actual Indian restaurant who were doing stuff and saying, "Oh, no, there's no nuts in that." Well, yes, there is. It nearly killed some poor person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because people have food allergies to the entire nut family,
but they were just making sure that everything is more clearer, because obviously the word putting everything in, you see, and people will get ill who had various allergies to whatever. You know what I mean? My allergy is just to food, period. I should just stay away from it, period. It's simple as that.
Well, look at me,
Just stop.
Typically, I only eat once a day. I mean, I get done with the stream and stuff, and the wife's going to be home in an hour or two. What's the point in me actually sitting down to eat anything in the morning? So, I don't have time to worry about breakfast or something. I have my 2 cups of coffee during the day typically, and then whatever we have for dinner is what I eat.
What do you have for breakfast? Coffee? Coffee is breakfast? It's as simple as that.
It is. I mean, that's what I have all the time.
Yep, for breakfast, coffee. Yep, coffee.
I've done that most of my life, to be honest with you, especially when I was running the ambulance and stuff, working doubles and triples and whatnot.
And I would say, I see the perfect family in the morning having to get full breakfast. I couldn't even try to eat something like that at that time in the morning. I've got to be awake at least 6 hours before I can even look at a meal that big. You know what I mean? You don't just wake up and go,
I love breakfast, and that's something that we do once in a while in our family is, we have breakfast for dinner.
We do it now and then, what we call an English fry-up, you know what I mean? We'll hire all that on, but, it's not an everyday occurrence, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cereal, we've got boxes of it, never use it. It just gets wasted half the time.
That's all sugar too.
Pardon?
That's all sugar too.
Yeah. Well,
cereal.
Yeah. I am partial to Weetabix. I do like Weetabix. But I have that.
Says there's a reason Coke is used to clean corrosion off of battery terminals.
Oh God, You get an old coin. You get an old coin, a dirty coin, and dip it in Coke and see what it does to it. It comes out gleaming.
Yeah, when I was young and learning, mechanics and stuff about cars, an old mechanic told me, he's like, you ever want to clean a radiator out to see if there's actually any leaks in it or nothing? Dump the thing out, rinse it out with water, and dump a can of Coke into it.
My mother used to put Coca-Cola down the toilet. So there you go. And it was the cleanest bowl you could ever look at, I'm telling you.
Yep, everything has to be relative, and you have to put things into perspective on, how much harm is actually potential out of different devices. It isn't just this. It isn't cigarette smoking. I mean, cigarette smoking takes how many decades to actually hurt you?
If you want to nitpick, there's how you walk out the door. It's not fresh air you're breathing. You're breathing shit in off everything. It's life. That's what you're doing. You're breathing all sorts of crap in. You're eating all sorts of crap. You're drinking all sorts of crap. That's where the world is. Even the water out your tap is full of chemicals. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
I won't even get into the whole water situation here in the United States. It's unbelievable how bad that topic is.
But you know what I mean? It's just, if you want to nitpick, as soon as we walk out the door, we're at risk.
That's true. That's true.
You can't live like that wrapped up in cotton wool. You can't. You just cease to exist.
But we do expect our politicians to make life better for the next generation and to pass laws. And when they find out that things are bad, to eliminate them from the supply chain, from the food sources that we have. This isn't something that should be on that list. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of things that come before this that are doing harm to us on a daily basis that should get more attention than what we're giving to the vaping industry.
Well, our local council are just bringing this new thing, this clean air zone shit now in the city centres. Where does the money go for that? If they didn't find you driving your car in the city, where does the money go for clean air? What do? Do you filter it? Do you buy a big filter and filter all the air in the city centre, do you? Pockets. Where's it go?
Well, you keep saying how wonderful you have it in the UK there with vaping and whatnot. But you are a stone throw away from Scotland.
Oh, God, yep. With them, I'm sorry, but we consider their government as total lunatics now. We really do. They're just off the scale. They've lost the plot.
Yep.
They've lost it.
Right from BBC News, disposable vapes are to be banned in Scotland. That's what they're considering right now.
Yep. That's that little stupid little rat-faced woman. No, it is because she's still bleating on for independence. They've had a vote for it. Nobody wanted it, and yet she still wants to do it again.
Undoubtedly causing harm.
Yeah, right.
Why is the BBC spouting undoubtedly causing harm?
Yep. Exactly. It's like all media, man, they're in the government's pocket.
Yeah. All right,
well,
all right. We beat the dead horse. We're at an hour and 20 minutes already into the stream.
Just touching on that, right? You're saying, why is the BBC causing harm? That is because, right, there's been a latest breaking news story, right? And this will answer that question, right? Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, got an £800,000 loan secured by this certain chap who is now head of the BBC. I rest my case. There you go.
That is unbelievable. That's ridiculous.
That is on the news right now. Boris Johnson got an £800,000 loan off this guy who is now head of the BBC. They're kicking off big style with it. So there you go. That answers that question straight away.
The common man is screwed royally.
The UK politics is honestly they're all thieves, rogues, crooks. They get away with everything. We're Chancellor, the guy who was with Chancellor, is now in some kind of tax investigation. He's been tax frauding, for God's sake. You know what I mean? And he was the Chancellor, and he was head of the HMRC, and he was still screwing them. fuck?
Yeah, they stand up on their pedestal and say, do as I say, not as I do.
That's, we haven't got it all rosy over here. Oh, they do, man.
I do love comparing the ingredients that are in your, food and beverages compared to the ingredients in ours, because I've seen the list. I know the list. It made hardly any hay whatsoever. Titanium dioxide is used as a coloring in things that are white in the American food supply chain, namely coffee creamer. Been drinking this forever, and it's been banned in Europe and the UK for a long time, and America just finally got around to it because some researchers said how bad it really was, and they were like, corporations are like pulling it out of their ingredients and replacing it with other stuff before they get front page coverage.
No disrespect to your motherland country, but you just catch on really slow. It took you 10 years to realise that the English would tell you cigarettes were fucking bad for you. You know what I mean? 10 years' time, vaping will be fine in America. If you can get through the next 10 years, you'll be laughing. The penny will drop. The penny will drop. Honestly. You'll be fine.
Yes, but we need to survive the next 10 years to get to that point.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
And and as long as social media and the general consensus is that vaping is bad, we're never going to make any money doing this unless we actually start selling these products.
Oh, even if they ban it in 10 years' time, now it is. Vaping's alright, we'll unban it. There you go.
Well, yeah, but in 10 years' time, who's going to be left but the big tobacco corporations?
Exactly.
They're going to be the ones selling these products that we see, potentially being banned in Scotland. They're going to be selling the disposables.
Scotland have lost the plot. They really have.
Enjoy was the only one in America to actually rise to the surface and get a product authorized by the FDA. They're the only actual vape company that is non-tobacco origin.
The thing with Scotland, right, they've lost the plot. They've just done a thing about gender. I don't know, transgender, whatever. They've just done a thing about that where they looked at it and they said, right, they want to make it easier for somebody to transform if they want to do so, which is fine. But they've dropped the age to 16. Who knows it's 16-year-old what gender they fucking well are? Really? So we're kicking off, we're going to block it because therefore that's going to interfere with our laws, because in the UK it'll be 18 when you're an adult, or classed as an adult in 18. But they want to drop it to 16. Come on, man. This is how bad they're getting up there, man. They're crazy people. And that's just the icing on the cake, banning fucking disposables. God, that's gonna happen, isn't it? We'll be going up to the Scottish border. Hey, want to do a few disposables, mate? There'll be trades on the border. Hey, I'll have a few of them. Get them to your bother in the UK, mate. Oh, God, Bennett, man.
Ian Thomas says titanium dioxide was a coloring in Charlie's chalk dust, he believes.
Yep. Freaking hell, we've got to bring in weed one here, man, I'm telling you. Honestly.
A bastard says that there's an old saying, the best way to convince a fool is to let him have his way.
Oh, no, not with Scotland, you don't, really. She wants independence and she wants to join the EU again. Good luck with that one.
Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to your lunch hour.
Hello. Sorry, people, we're going off on a bit of a rant, but, sometimes you just, honestly, you wonder. You just wonder.
When the snowball is actually perched on the top of the hill and all of a sudden it starts rolling, sometimes you just can't get out of the way of the thing. It just needs to run until it runs out of hill.
Yeah. And it pulls all the shit in on the way down.
Yep. But you come to realize the world isn't as perfect as we all think it is. No. And it's no wonder why the vaping industry is in the situation it's in.
Exactly. No, this country's well on its up and in the air at the minute. Like I say, we've got the Scots gone off it. We've got strikes all over the shop. So, we're hunky-dory out here, mate. Trust us. We're great.
Well, that's the whole reason why we're going to be mixing our own stuff.
Exactly.
And we're frozen again on screen. Interesting how you're not frozen, but I am.
I don't know. Just the guys in chat saying that everything's just frozen up.
Hey, we're back.
There we are. Oh,
I restarted the virtual camera for you to see what's going on.
yeah.
OBS just crashed. All on its own. My apologies.
If you just hit your refresh on your page, you should be back to normal if it's still stuck, boys and girls. That normally works. There you go. There we're going. I can see we're all back now. You see? The
Too much
powers that-
hunky for YouTube.
No, it's the powers that be are watching us having a rant and they've cut you off.
Somebody posted something that said that the 1% control the world. There are 4% that are puppets of the 1%. There's 5% of the world that knows what's going on and is trying to tell the other 90% about the situation to educate them about it.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it? That's so true. Holy moly, God.
So here we are, stuck in the middle.
Hey, we're nothing, man. We're not even anything. We're not stuck anywhere. We're just nothing. You know what I mean? We're below the boot.
Listen, I'm getting jealous here. It's time for me to pull out my beverage. I got my glass.
You got an all posh drink in a glass. Yeah.
And our Hamburg apple cider, blueberry peach.
Everybody. Oh, yeah, we're back.
Definitely smells like a hard cider.
Whatever. I hate it when it does that. When you come back, it automatically goes to top chat instead of live chat. Get off.
Yes, mine did the same thing.
Bloody thing. Why does it do that as default? You don't want that as default. You want live as default.
Because they don't care about the bottom 90%. They're only caring about the 1% that are, only have.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Or the 4% that's sitting sniveling up the backside. Yep.
Yes.
Holy moly,
beautiful,
man.
crisp, clear.
Yeah, nice cider. I like a nice cider. Lovely jubbly. So, we're totally off the beaten track this week, aren't we?
Definitely a hard cider. I kind of get the peach. I don't get any blueberry out of it at all.
Might be more of a background thing.
And there's no blueberry in it that I can identify.
Ian Thomas has stated, what the hell is top chat about anyway? The privileged.
That would be the initial censorship.
Yeah.
Initial layer of censorship on us.
Yeah.
They determine whose comments are to be heard by everyone and who's irrelevant.
Yeah. It's kind of a censorship filter, shall we say.
Yeah, Big Brother's watching.
Yep.
That was one English assignment. I'm glad I actually, completed the whole way. For those of you who don't know, that was 1984 we're talking about.
Yeah, man. 1984. Holy
yes,
moly.
I did see that. American Vapor Manufacturers Association is having a meeting with the illustrious tobacco control at the FDA. Our latest brain fart can't come to his mind.
Latest round of challenges, shall we say?
No. Our Brian King. Yes.
Brian King.
Stream Deck is not cooperating. Won't connect. Okay, so our manual have to pick the scene.
Oh. Holy moly.
Everything's reset. There we go.
Dr. Brian King.
Dr. Brian King. They're having a sit down with him to discuss any questions that you may have. There's a Google form I believe you're supposed to go and fill out. So you can submit your questions that will be asked of Mr. Brian King. I'm curious to see what his answers are going to be.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Why don't you get your finger out your ass? That would be the start.
Stream Deck has decided not to cooperate.
So will the
All
results?
right, so let's get moving on. We did our pink elephant.
Will the results of that be made public, do you think? Or
Yes. Anybody can attend. You can sign up for it. I should have grabbed the link and threw it in the chat here.
Yep.
Let's jump on the Twitter. We can look this up.
Boom. There you go.
There's an article in Vaping 360.
Oh, very nice.
About this whole situation. This will be the first time that he's participating in the public conversation about vaping and harm reduction. It's going to be next month. You can click on the link in the Vaping 360 article and go register for him. Register for this event. Or go to the AVM website and click on this.
Could be something worth keeping an eye on.
It's going to be very interesting to see what questions are asked and what his answers are.
Yeah.
He knows that vaping is safer than smoking.
Without a doubt. I think at the end of the day, with the US, it's down to the dollar. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. You know, it's unfortunately, that's the motivation for them.
I'm just curious to see why he says that the children come before the adults.
Yeah.
How can you justify that? Knowing what percentage of kids are actually using it, what the numbers are compared to the staggering amount of adults that are smoking and are going to die an early death compared to the kids that might pick up a nicotine addiction and might have 5% of the harms that these adults are living through right now.
The thing is, though, I still think they're shifting the goalposts all the time when the numbers of the so-called numbers of teen vapers, and they're shifting the totals all the time, man. You know, it's crazy, you know. And then they'll try and bamboozle. Well, in 30 days, so many teenagers vape for this long and all, and then so many stayed vape, and then so many went back. So now they're just trying to bamboozle with shit when they know for a fact that they're just kids experimenting. That's it. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, if my kid was to experiment with cigarettes or vaping, I know which one I would like them to go and do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least with vaping, you've got more chance of quitting vaping than you have with cigarettes.
With vaping, it's so easy to quit smoking, even if you only have commercial juice available to you. You know, we talked about last week about, you know, people going, extending their supply. You know, if you normally vape a 6, go buy yourself a 12 in the juice, split it between 2 bottles, and then top it off with VG. Now you're back to vaping a 6, and you only spent half as much as you thought you did at the store.
But what I'm saying is, it's easier for you if you wanted to quit vaping. It's easy for you to quit vaping where it is smoking, because you can control your nicotine when you wean yourself off vaping. Yeah. Drop it down to 0, and then you can make that choice to quit. But a lot of people don't quit because it's not just the nicotine; it's the habit. It's that's the thing. It's the habit.
Yep.
And the habit is harder to kick. You know what I mean? A physical habit. That's what keeps people vaping, majority. Because I know some people are vaping 0 nicotine, 1 milligram, everything. It's not because they don't enjoy, just that you need the nick, the wean themselves of it. It's the habit. It's the habit of putting something in your gob and inhaling it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And there's so many different aspects to this about vaping and about how it is so much better for you to try and quit and then eventually wean your way off nicotine if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. I mean, that is probably the main aim of it, is to get you off cigarettes. You know, that's the main aim, is to stop you smoking. Whether you want to continue doing that, like you say, as a hobbyist, or whether you just want to, you know, quit vaping, that's your decision, you know what I mean? But even doing it as a hobbyist, you know, it's a lot of people continue doing it to stop them falling back onto. That's probably the reason I still vape. It's to stop us falling back onto our cigarettes. You know what I mean?
And that leads us into the whole conversation about the fact that when we started smoking, we changed our life because we used it as a coping mechanism for so many things that we come across and so many situations that we find ourselves in.
Stress, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's a coping mechanism.
Because it actually does calm you down. You know, you drink coffee in the morning to wake yourself up and to get your brain cells moving and to get your body functioning. What's so wrong about, you know, consuming nicotine like you consume caffeine?
Nothing, yeah, nothing.
Especially if you can consume it in a safer way that doesn't harm you.
Exactly. But, you know.
Listen. It takes 20, 30 years before you start seeing the harms caused by cigarette smoking, right? If vaping is 5% the harms of cigarette smoking, how many years do you think it would take before you'd be dead first?
Yeah.
20 times more harm comes from a cigarette.
Well, I mean, I know there's any truth about the reckon having a cigarette takes 15 minutes off your life. Whether that's just, you know.
So what would it take? You know, 200 years before you would have the same effects from cigarette smoking? We just talked about, you know, Gatorade, for example, and the sugar content, and that's everything that we eat and drink. That is more of a harm to you than what you're going to get from vaping. So what's the big deal about these teenagers picking it up?
It's not rocket science, is it?
No, well, there's science to it, though. I mean, if you take a look at it, there's a certain preponderance of the population that is subject to, you know, being more apt to developing an addiction to something, anything.
I don't think, with the teen vaping, I don't think it's actual vaping. I think it's like the amount of, like, the nick in the pod, you know, when that shaded 50 milligram, you know, that's the issue. I think that's junk.
Okay, so let's accept the fact that that's why they're doing it. They want to get that high. Would you rather have them doing it in a vape, or would you rather have them go out and buy cannabis?
There you go.
Or would you rather have them binge drinking instead?
Or shooting up with heroin or whatever, you know.
So they get a nicotine high. What are they going to do while they have a nicotine high?
Nothing.
If they're driving, is it going to affect their driving?
Very unlikely.
But if you go binge drinking, is that going to affect your driving?
I think it will. That's why it's illegal. There you go.
It's not illegal. In their mind.
Nope.
In their mind, they're going to do what they want to do because they don't give a shit about what the laws are.
Well, when you're at that age, you feel this, aren't you? You don't care about anything. You know, you rule the world. Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. All right, we kind of beat the dead horse here. Let's move on and talk about our apricot delight recipe.
Yeah, let's get this apricot one. I'm very interested with this one because this is right up my alley as well.
It's actually a very simple recipe, okay? The base of it is the apricot at 6%. Then you want to give a nice mouthfeel to it, so you go in with cheesecake at 4%.
Cheesecake.
Fairy floss is a wonderful flavor. That's a 1%. Marshmallow custard is a 1%. Peach is an accent to the apricot. So it isn't just a unified single flavor. Now you incorporate the peach into it as a complementary flavor. Toasted coconut pairs well with this because this was aiming to replace a coconut apricot ball.
And your whipped cream. Flavors as well. Oh. What's he sent? Now I still don't know what exactly he sent me.
So here's what this looks like, and this is what this flavor profile is based on trying to replicate.
Oh, apricot. Drop a link to that, I'll try and make them. Here we are, we're going to pair this up with some apricot balls I made earlier.
Apricot coconut balls. And to make this, it's actually very simple and just a very short list of ingredients.
Wow.
2 cups of dried apricots, 2 cups of moist shredded coconut, and 2/3 cup of sweetened condensed milk.
Oh, condensed
That's all
milk.
it takes to make this. And here's the recipe to reproduce that flavor profile in your mouth and in your nose.
Holy moly. That looks very nice.
It is.
You know, when you say, like, stuff you like vaping and or stuff you like eating, and apricots, I'm a big fan of apricots, and it just totally never crossed my mind. Coming to vaping apricot. Because I always buy apricot jam. I always get apricot jam. It's gorgeous.
This is a fantastic flavor. And let me tell you, the cheesecake and the whipped cream and the marshmallow custard paired together create a beautiful milky sensation in your mouth. Just like sweetened condensed milk. Freaking delicious.
It sounds nice. It really does.
And the coconut is just a beautiful finish on the end. Fantastic recipe. And here's the best part about this recipe, because this brings us to the other thing. Once you get to do single flavor testing on stuff and you find yourself a good recipe, this is a beautiful base for you to experiment with. And here's what I did yesterday. I took this, I mixed this up. I enjoyed it so much. I'm like, okay, now's the perfect opportunity for us to talk about bending recipes and flavors into something else. So if you look in the bottom of the notes here, I went and got passion fruit.
Which turns into a grapefruit.
I took 1 drop of passion fruit on here. Put a little bit more in here, more than 2 drops, just basically resaturate the whole thing and vaped it. And it is a perfect replica of a grapefruit.
Wow.
Like I was saying earlier, Wonder Flavor champagne soda. You take this and you do the same thing. Put a drop of this on there. Put a couple drops of the actual recipe on there and taste it. And now you have an apricot ice cream soda. Like in America, you would have yourself a root beer float. Imagine if you had an apricot ice cream scoop put into a clear soda.
So obviously you're adding them on top of the main recipe.
Yeah, this is things that you could add into this as another complementary flavor to bend this recipe away from being apricot balls covered in coconut.
I've got you.
To replicate an apricot ice cream soda, like a float. And I did the same thing with an orange. I took a drop of orange and put it on there. Take a couple drops of this, put it over top of it so it blends the two together on your coil. Vape it. It tastes exactly like a sweet tart. You get the contrasty, bright notes of the orange, and then it's complemented with the sweetness of the original apricot recipe.
Basically, the quantity you're adding could be either a couple of drops or suited to your taste.
Well, when I did it on the coil, I did it as a couple drops. You would have to put it into the recipe at 3, 4, 5%, whatever you need to change the volume up, to give you that balancing thing. But this is the possibilities that are open to us in the DIY community. When we come up with a nice balanced recipe like that is so pleasant, you can actually convert that and expand that into something beyond what this recipe is by itself. It's not just an apricot delight like apricot balls. And if you want to convert this apricot from being like a cooked apricot that is inside, like the ice cream or this, into something that tastes like a fresh apricot, add a little lemon.
Lemon, wow. Apricot and lemon.
Lemon takes and changes that apricot and that peach combination to tasting like a fresh bite of an apricot.
Yeah. I've had the apricot and lemon jam, and I can see where you come from exactly with that one.
Yep. So being that I already mixed this up, I don't need to mix this. I'm simply going to edit it and make it public for you guys out there. If you're interested in mixing this up and exploring how to bend flavors,
I will definitely be having a look at that one.
That's a wonderful way to do it. And like I said, I love being able to use, I've done this before with Capella, before I got Flavrz recipes. When you make a recipe using just Capella, it is so much easier to achieve a beautiful outcome in the end than when you try and mix up a bunch of different brands from a bunch of different things, not knowing how each of those individually flavor test.
This is what I was like kind of touched on before. Like you'll have the same flavor, different blends with different concentrates, but if you get a recipe that's all that same brand, it's going to be easier to, you know, to get that flavor profile rather than
to find the balance of these flavors to give you the profile that you're looking for.
Like
this
you
is
said,
what we're looking for.
You've got like there, for example, you've got an apricot by Flavrz. So you got an apricot by somebody else that could knock the whole recipe all to hell, couldn't it, really?
Because some of them are different. Some of them don't play well with other flavors.
Yeah.
And if you were to try and, you could build this with, you know, all Capella ingredients, or you could build it with the ingredients that you have there. But to get a beautifully balanced flavor like this, that's the advantage of using all one manufacturer to develop these recipes. Yeah. Especially when you're first getting started.
Stick with what that manufacturer is, yeah. I like it.
And that is exactly what this tastes like.
Holy moly.
I mixed this up yesterday, and it was pretty damn close. The milk and the creaminess, because of the marshmallow that was in there, was really forefront. I didn't have to wait for that to develop in the recipe. The apricot is present as a fruit, and so is the peach, because they complement each other very well. And the coconut just pairs well with that combination. Just like that in front of you.
See, now I'm thinking apricot and peach custard. Oh, God.
You can do that. It's simple, you know, custard, add some apricot and some peach to it.
Oh. The mind is wandering, the cogs are turning.
But this is something that I haven't had until recently, was the marshmallows and the whipped creams. They're completely different than just a straight up cream.
Mm.
And they give you the mouthfeel early on. You don't have to wait a week or a month for them to develop like a custard.
Yeah, liking it.
Delicious.
It'd be nice though.
Simple recipe. Feel free to mix it up yourself and experiment with it. See what you can do with it.
I'll be quite happy with that.
It is time for us to do our random recipe mixing. See what Sherlock Holmes says we can make today.
Mr. A. Bastard has got a question. Have you guys tried pre-mixing single flavors and blending them?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I originally wanted to do. I wanted to take the single flavor testing that I did and try to create, you know, a bunch of bottles that were all relatively the same strength in flavoring, especially when you get like wonder flavors. I mean, one drop is all it takes for some of the recipes to impart that into as an accent note.
Got you.
And then you've got some of the Capellas and some of the TFAs that you literally have to put it in, like the ripe strawberry. You need that in there at 5% before you actually get the ripe strawberry out of it. And when you try and pair that up with other things, it can add to it or take away from it.
Yeah. It sounds like a science.
There's a certain amount of science to it, but it's also just a matter of playing with things and finding something that you enjoy. Just because I put out a recipe out there for apricot peach, there's people out there that hate peach. And if apricot, it's like a peach. And if you don't like that, you're never going to even try this.
But they're pretty much the same, or maybe similar fruit. Nectarine, that's a similar fruit as well.
Yeah.
Nectarine.
And just like the orange is, it's a kind of a complementary flavor, but it adds this acidic orange bite to it. That's how it turned that into a sweet tart. And I mean sweet tart like as in the actual, let me lock this in. The actual, where is it?
Strawberry Kush. I like the name of that one.
Where's the one? There was a recipe that I pulled up. There she is. That tastes just like that. Homemade real sweet tarts.
Ah, got you.
And here's the recipe ingredients that are needed for this.
Holy moly. Sugar powder, blue sky, gelatine.
Pure lemon extract, strawberry flavor, blueberry flavor, and orange. That's what makes up the sweet tart.
They use gelatine and explosives, by the way.
All right, so let's give this one a recipe a try. 3.5% of strawberry from TPA, strawberry ripe, 3.5, and 5% of vanilla bean ice cream.
That looks cool, that one.
Now, I personally prefer Capellas, sweet strawberry compared to TFAs, but we're going to mix this one up at the actual recipe that we pulled off of theirs, so we can do an accurate rating on it.
It's probably something you could tinker later on down the line, isn't it? See what you prefer.
Yeah.
Looks pretty simple. I think sometimes, like, you see when you look at some of the complex recipes, like, you're thinking, oh my god, that looks scary. You know what I mean?
We don't have to have a complex recipe if you don't want one.
That's what I'm saying, but when you look at a complex one, it looks like it's easier to get it wrong. You know what I mean? Just by whatever.
Yeah.
I need to get on Amazon and get some of these t-shirts of yours, like. I'm actually surprised they're allowed to sell them, you know what I mean? Being it an American company and it's vaping.
Well, the laws only actually apply to the vapor products because the FDA has regulatory authority over it, but the regulatory authority only extends to the fact on how much they can police it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Even with that cider, the flavor is perfect to the profile.
Mr. A.
Vanilla bean ice cream, 3.19.
I wonder if Mr. A. Bastard, I think you should look at last week's. He says he shudders at the thought of musk juice. We didn't go down that line last week.
That was a lovely adventure, wasn't it?
And like I said, Alex there was the guinea pig for that one. And I tell you, watch it, mate. You'll see what he thought of that.
Old lady armpits is the impression that I got.
Yep. And then enlighten everybody as to where it comes from. That was the icing on the
The
cake.
glandular secretions of the musk deer.
Mm-hmm. And continue on the anatomy of the musk deer. It comes from where exactly?
Right in front of its pecker. Of course, that's where it comes from. It's a pheromone used to attract the female.
Exactly. See, I always thought it was the other way around. Never mind. I thought it was the pheromones of the female that tell the male that you're not getting any of this, motherfucker.
It's interesting when you look at the animal species because there are so many different impressions that we just kind of impart on the animals based upon our cultural heritage and upbringing. And you come to realize that animals don't give a shit what we do. They have a different way of doing it. And there are some species of animals out there where the women do all the hunting, all the fishing. The male basically is the one that's responsible for taking care of the kids.
Lions, for example, the lioness is the one that does the hunting. The male just
That's
sits
exactly
about.
what I was thinking of.
The male just sits about and breeds when he feels, breeds now and then, and that was it.
Well, protects the home base for them, the den.
Oh yeah. I think a lot of animals have territory and prides and packs, wolves, all that kind of thing. But they just don't care. They just hump anything. It's just nothing to them. They just get a whiff.
I love that strawberry smell.
They get a whiff of a scent, and then that's it. Nothing stops them.
And guess what I didn't do?
Come on.
I didn't modify it. I'm like, these quantities look a lot more than they should be. Why? Because it's supposed to be a 60, not a 30.
Are you doing a 30? Well, have you got a 60 bottle? Just pour it out into a 60 bottle. Ish.
That's what I'm doing.
If you want to be party, you give another 30 bottle and add 50% of it.
That's too precise for me to be able to accurately do.
I don't see it. Oh, Lordy do. You know me. I know it'd be awkward. Holy moly. Alright.
I always wondered when I would actually have the opportunity or the need to use one of these little funnels. I got that included in a package of bottles the one time.
You got little snazzy little funnels and all. Gee, me.
Yep. And
that'd be meant for filling some of your RDAs up if you had to bring a little nib that comes in them.
so there we have it.
I love that, mate. I love it. Mr. A. Bastard. According to Lenny Bruce, men will hump mud. What do you say to that one?
When you're younger, I'd probably agree with you. As you get older and come to realize the important things in your life,
yeah,
there's more than that involved, more factors to play.
Well, this is it. You get older and wiser. That look more like it in the 60ml bottle, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. We're happy with that.
That's close enough for our secret sauce.
Yeah. Thank you for dropping by Dusty County Road. He's going to have to run for a bit. He will catch the replay later. Thanks for popping in.
Thank you, sir. I love keeping this thing full Because you know what it's like when you get to, halfway down to the bottle, you only got a little bit left in there. You really got to squeeze the thing to get it to come out.
Oh, yeah. Just like getting some kind of grip you've got to get with grabbing the air out, innit?
Yeah, but do yourself a favor, and I see you got last week the VG and the PG. Take your PG and put it into a 120 ml bottle that you use for your mixing. Especially if you're going to be making 30 ml bottles to try the flavors out.
Yeah,
it's so much easier to get an accurate thing out of that than to get it out of something that's got this type of top on it.
Oh, aye. Yeah. That's why I was thinking funnel.
Yep. And for our PG, we're looking at 9.64. Total flavoring in this is at 12%. And the strawberry ripe's kind of balanced. So we'll see how this turns out.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. See, I still think to make some of these nibs too thin, because you need them wider. Get a good flow.
Yeah.
But them pointy ones, I used to cut the end off them, like the ones you've just shown on the other bottle. We used to cut the end off and just let it go splat.
Yeah, look how small the hole is on that. A nice blend of all of our PG-based ingredients.
Yeah, it looks good.
And like I said, I love these bottles so much, I just clean them and reuse them.
Well, it's recycled.
We're going to top this off.
No wrong with a bit of recycling.
I just like the tip that's on this.
You just dump it in, can't you?
Yeah, because it's just nothing but VG.
Yeah.
Way easier to control than this. 1 liter bottle.
That's what you want. Perfect. Love it, man. Love it. There you go. All done and dusted. Time for a mix. Even that nib's very small on that one, isn't it? I like it.
And I got to pull out my labels.
Oh, don't forget the label. Oh, hell no. These labels are very nice, folks. I've actually seen them myself.
Interesting how that closed. When we had a problem with the stream.
Really? Ouch. Wonder what happened to that, man. Everything seems to be going hunky-dory now, like. Pardon me. Ooh. Saying that, I could recycle this 200 ml bottle and use it for a VG or a PG, I suppose. Nib on this isn't too bad. That's very small. Done.
Fantastic.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yay. Yeah, very nice. I could do with a hit of this. Talking to peaches, I could do with a hit of some peach myself.
Awesome sauce.
There's the
I
labels.
love
That's
these simple recipes when you only get 2 or 3 ingredients like that.
I wonder if it's going to be a shake and vape or is it going to be a steeper? What do you reckon?
Well, the ice cream's not going to fully show its presence.
Yeah.
That takes a while. The strawberry should be nice and pungent today.
I like it. Oh, man.
Reality is a chemistry that we can't change no matter how much we'd like to try.
Tim B is saying what were the percentages?
Yes.
I think we're on the recipe, Tim.
3.5, 3.5, and 5.
3.5, 3.5, yeah. The vanilla bean was 5, yeah. Hope that helps.
Let's see, what are we going to put this up?
Boys and girls, you know, if you want to check out Hunky's recipes, you know, he does post them on ELR, so, you know, you're more than welcome to go along and try them out.
And a lot of these ones are stuff that we're testing other people's stuff.
Yeah.
You know, this is the problem my wife had with one of these. Just does not want to open.
Oh, it's one of them
Talking
tops.
about child resistant.
Hey, we're all big kids, us men, aren't we?
Not going to work without a battery.
No. What device you going to vape it on? Can you enlighten me with that one? Freshly wicked, I take.
The Pulse.
The Pulse. Ooh. Tremendous little fella. I've got one of them. Mine's in red.
And this... See if you can recognize it. Because I don't even know off the top of my head which one this is.
What's that? Oh, God. It's a bit...
Suicide.
Ah. Oh, well, are they? I've never had one of them.
Suicide Mods M25, I think it is.
Oh, I've never had the pleasure of having one of them.
Smells fantastic.
Ooh, that's a good start. Out of curiosity, do you ever knuckle test any of them?
0.15. Yeah, I'll give it a knuckle test here.
Definitely getting the nasal test, the smeller test.
I wanted to smell it before I tasted it, because once you taste it, you get that right on your tongue.
Yeah.
And it's all you can really taste. Can't tell the intricacies of that.
Gotcha.
Lube up the O-rings on this one. The only problem when you clean these things out is the O-rings get so dry when you put them on. Yeah, all I'm really getting is the strawberry out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Take care, Michael. Michael McFern is going back to work, so take care, sir. Thank you for dropping in again.
I can smell the ice cream, but I can't really taste it. If that makes any sense. Not bad.
Yeah.
It's very simple, though.
Yeah.
Need some whipped cream added to it. Looks like they tried to make this into like a gusher. That's what he's looking for.
Gusher, yeah. Oh, it's a Tim B, bud.
Who is this person?
Tim B says also make one with a TPA vanilla swirl instead of. For me, it's peppery, spicy like WF vanilla ice cream. More.
Ice cream rollery.
Everything falls into place. Try it for free.
Dick Fatkins, hello and welcome.
I think that video was struggling to charge me up.
So that's what he's trying to do.
Ah.
That's a cold plate. He's got the ice cream that he put on there. And then he put the gushers in it, rolled it up.
Gotcha. Looks nice.
Well, I hope this develops into that.
It'd be nice to think so. Definitely.
Like I said, you know, the recipes develop in time. Why did that just do that? I blinked out. I don't know. Anyway.
Not the gremlins again.
Even this musk turned out to be something that actually isn't like musk. Now, I'm not going to use the best musk recipe because that one is intended to keep that musk flavor. But this pink elephant has the musk in there as the complementary note. And here we are a week later. Now it actually has that representation of a complementary note that if you didn't know any better, you might not be able to identify it.
Most people probably wouldn't. Because if it enhances another flavor, then you'll probably kind of forget the musk is even in.
I do like that recipe. I'm probably going to tinker with it a little bit before I put it into the bottle on here for the squonker. But the Suicide 25 does have the squonking pin on it. So this is going to be perfect pair.
I don't like a little bit of squonking now and then, man. What's that? Dick man testing the new.
That cider, so strong of a flavor, it just washes everything off.
Oh, yeah. Dick Fantasy said he's testing the new Capella flavors this morning. The cream vanilla off the shake is pretty good. I can see many uses for it. Yeah. Go for it, bro. Go for it, sir.
Yeah, I did hear that Capella released a new batch of flavors, and somebody else did too. Wonder Flavors?
I might have been. I think. I think Benny Vapes, the UK Mixin show, was talking about it last
Flavrz.
week. Flavrz, that's it. Flavrz. That's who it was. Yeah. A little bit. Check out this motherfucker.
There's their sample pack. $72.
Quite a nice bit of stuff in there, aren't there?
18 10 ml bottles.
That's not bad.
$72.
Woo. Well,
I've got quite a bit of stuff that needs testing right now, so it'll be a while before I order this.
Like I say, I'm slowly going through the flavour stuff at the moment. You know what I mean? It's there's that much. it's wondering what to do with it. Come on.
There we have it saved into the stack, so I can come back to it and do an evaluation on it later.
Come on.
But I do suppose it is time for us to take a look at our retro builds.
Oh, yes.
And unfortunately, I did not create a bumper for that yet. So, which one should we do first?
Well,
the Moradin or the ADVOCACY? The Cube.
I maybe I'll say the Cube again. Just so it can jog me memory.
Okay.
Do the Cube. Dick fucking said he got the Capella pack. What is going on with this? There are bugs everywhere tonight, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
My fire stick is just refusing to work.
Look at that square Addy. That's just so weird.
It's just so odd, isn't it?
So in addition to this,
this motherfucker.
Here's another screwdriver for a collection.
Oh, the blue screwdriver. That is so
2 O-rings and 4 spare screws. And inside of there,
I love the fact you've got square O-rings. It's tremendous.
Can't have square O-rings. There's a little chuff cap. And
absolutely
that is actually threading, not O-rings.
It's proprietary, isn't it? It's made for that one device.
And then we have that and that. This threads in. You can see the threads on it.
Yeah.
And then a 510 adapter.
Yeah, weird. But isn't that strange how that one pushes in and yet the other ones screw on?
Well, this is the adapter that's included, so you can use your own 510s.
Yeah.
But there's no O-ring. Will the 510 actually fit? Sure does.
Huh, there you go. It's just a bit odd. Just what does that look like? Know what I mean?
That is odd.
It's such a strange looking thing. I mean, the airflow, look at the airflow, man. 2 slots on the side. Oh, you're kidding.
And another one of these ones where the posts are literally right on the edge of the tank. But this is actually round on the middle. It's not square. If it was square, this would actually be a fantastic thing to be able to have these posts come all the way to the edge if this was a square base.
Yeah. Isn't that cool? I don't think I'm on anymore. Blocked.
What kind of coils are we going to throw in this thing? Can't be anything complex. Something old school. Simple Claptons. So we're going to go with. Trying to keep it in focus for you guys. So there we go. 26 gauge and 32 gauge. Canthol A1, 2.8 millimeter, 0.6 ohm. So it'll be 0.3 when we're done.
Oh, well.
And naturally with a 2.8, that's the size that we don't have in our kit.
Oh. That's a shame.
So I can open it up to a to a 3, or use a 2.5.
Why not? Right. Right, you just excuse me a minute, folks. I need the little boy's room again. Be back soon.
Man, have we come a long way in the days since this came out? Trying to keep it on camera for you guys. And I'll cut the same amount off of this one as I did the last one. Not too shabby, I think. If I can get it to go past the screw head. What do you think, folks?
Wow. That's an unusual deck, isn't it?
Old school.
Old school, aye. 1 outer, 1 inner. Yeah, I like your style. Holy moly.
I missed a leg. Look at that. I'm like, why is this thing coming up so easily?
Holy shit. Yeah, old school. It was never easy doing it old school, was it? Things we used to do. Wow, man. I've just found some peanuts.
Peanuts?
Yeah, solid peanuts. Haven't had these for ages.
You say chocolate covered?
Oh, I like them all, like. These are just normal. Salted. I'm a sucker for eating these things, like. Yeah, like with Pringles, once you pop, you can't stop. Same with peanuts.
I totally agree with you there.
Oh. Same with peanuts.
Cashews for me.
Yeah. Oh, I like them and all. I'm a big fan of nuts. Big fan. My parents normally buys a box of chocolate almonds every year. Oh.
No, that's more like it.
Yeah. There you go. It's in the hole now. Man. Yeah, glowing straight away.
This one likes to glow more than the other one, though.
Ian Thomas has put protein, fiber, and rich. Yeah, but also very fattening. Got lots of fat in them.
Yeah, but fat from directly from the nuts are supposed to be healthy.
Yeah.
It's all about having a balanced diet.
I can balance them out, right?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah. Too much of this.
Feel the heat coming off of there.
What's them over now, darling?
.35.
Wow.
They're supposed to be 0.6 each, so in parallel should be ideally a 0.3.
Yep, half the resistance. The resistance.
Little Muji pad today.
Yeah. I like a bit of Muji in the odd years, man. Wow, you cut yours strange.
How's that?
With Muji, I normally cut straight in half, and then in half again. It's perfect for 3 ml.
Yeah, this is more like 2.5, 2.8.
Yeah. Look good. Good old Muji, man. Buy a bag of that, it'll last you forever.
Yeah.
Literally. believe it or not, the wife has actually nicked mine to get her makeup off. There you go.
Yep.
Now, I don't pinch hers because they're bleached.
Well, it's nice tight in there. That'll be beautiful. Make sure this is spaced evenly.
Yeah, good. Sorry, I'm just munching on nuts. I got too many in that time. So what e-liquid you got in mind to give that one a test and stuff?
That would be a good question. Last week we did that grape.
Yeah.
And still have it in here.
Yep, why not?
It's more of a Kool-Aid grape than it is a grape juice.
Ah.
And as with Kool-Aid, you know, if you sweeten it up, it tastes better than if you get it straight up. But in a device, this particular device, you don't need to add any sweetener to it. It is perfectly formulated for a commercial device.
Ah, right. Like it up.
Putting it in the rebuildable that we did last week, it needs more sweetness. It's got plenty of flavor, but it needs more sweetness. So that Serpent to Elevate lacks a little bit of the sweetness. But putting it straight into a, you know, stock coil, mesh coil, it's the right balance of flavor and sweetness. And
that's kind of what I was gonna ask, you know, like when you bear in mind when you're mixing juices, do you actually think what device you're going to vape it in as well? Because obviously, like you've said, for a sub-ohm RTA, too much sweetener and it'll just burn your fucking coils out. You know, that's how they work, isn't it? Just
I normally do it because when I'm making it for my wife, like for myself, I really don't care because I'm constantly developing recipes and, you know, I don't plan on finishing the whole thing when I start it.
Yeah.
Unless it's really good, then I just can't help myself but to keep vaping until it's all gone.
As you do.
But for my wife, I have to formulate it so that it works good in her Max Pod.
Yeah.
Because she's still using this one. I've tried other ones. I've given her, you know, the Oxva, the C, and the square one.
Yeah.
And she prefers that Max Pod. Something about the form factor for her, because it's big enough that it's comfortable in her hand, the duck bill tip on it, USB-C charging, so it works with the charger that she's got for her phone in her car and around the house.
Oh, wow.
I could find fault with that device. Yeah, it wouldn't be for me. I prefer the actual, you know, the X-Slim.
Yeah.
But I got to formulate it for her. Knowing that it's in a pod, I typically make sure that the flavors are really strong.
Or if you're making an MTL, obviously it'll be like a 50-50 mix type of thing.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I do differently for hers. Even if it's not a 50-50, I'll go more towards like a 60-40 than I will, you know, just a straight up max VG like I typically do for my stuff.
Plus, I mean, like I'm more like max VG, maybe 80-20, something like that. 70-30 I can get by, but if I can get an 80-20, I'm a happy buddy.
You know, tucking the cotton in, despite the lead being so close to the edge, isn't that, you know, hard. But
Looks like there's a decent amount of room in it, like.
The deck's nice on it. You know, there's plenty of deepness to it.
Yeah.
So, once again, what flavor are we going to go with?
The what the color? The one you made last week? The black? What was it? The blueberry? What was it?
I'm actually going to go with the apricot delight since I seem to like it.
Oh, yeah, you show it off.
Might as well.
You show off.
What device am I going to put it on? I don't have a blue one. I do have a blue one, but it's not a complimentary blue, I don't think.
Yeah, it's
turquoise.
That's the only thing. Like the color, you couldn't like it's not the choice. Your color of choice, is it? Hey, why not? Blue and blue.
Set the arbiter aside. I don't notice any reduced flavor in it yet, but it's past time for me to rewick it.
Oh,
usually when my wife needs hers rewicked, I need mine rewicked.
Yeah, I may as well kill two birds with one stone.
I did hers the other day. She had a friend over. She's like, "Don't forget my bedroom vape." I'm like, "I'll do it now," so I don't forget.
Oh no. There will be hell to pay.
So we're looking at 0.38. You have to turn that down.
Excuse me.
Go to 40 watts. Start from there.
Would you like me to get my lovely little calculator out again? See what?
Of course. See
what lies it comes out with this time.
I don't see them as lies. I see them as approximations.
Approximations.
Starting points.
What? 0.35, yeah? Calculate.
0.38.
0.38. Ooh, hang on then. I'll come back there.
Changed.
Calculate. You know what it is? You were absolutely correct, sir. The coolest vape, 34.1 vape. 34.1 watts. Middle vape. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah.
What did you say? 40?
Yeah.
It's actually 40.2 on this, so we're getting there, like, you're getting there.
No 45 in there now.
And for a warm vape, it's 46.4 watts.
44.6?
46.4.
46.4.
That's like
so here
warm.
we just have two slots mirrored on both sides.
Non-adjustable.
This is our airflow adjustment.
Oh, this is just. Oh, I does. Yeah, the cap turns, doesn't it? Duh. Numpty.
But there's no indexing notches or anything on here to identify it. So you literally have to see it.
There'll be near stoppers on them in them days. Jesus, oh, eh?
You can close the top one, then close the bottom one.
Top or bottom.
Wide open.
Depends where your coil's sitting. With the high.
Yeah, the bottom one is right underneath your coils, and the top one is right at the side of your coils.
At the side. It looks very airy, though, full belt. They're big holes. Yeah. But it looks very airy.
That's the... There's no indexing.
I suppose you have to take maybe your top bit off and then maybe line it up and then put it back on. Like your ringy, the ring bit at the top. Your drip tip out.
I think this is what indexes it.
Yeah, we'll take that off there, see if it's lined up, and then whack that on.
Boy, that's just odd. No indexing rings whatsoever.
It's just the old eyeball, I'm afraid to say.
That top O-ring's loose in here. And here's the Dovpa Odin's Achilles heel. Don't push on it, because it'll open.
Yeah. Yep. You get them somewhere lying there, you know, I can get a good vape, but you should be happy.
It's quiet. It's not a very flavorful vape.
I thought it would have, I think with it being full belt and them being so close to coils, it might be a bit too airy.
Nah, it's not really too airy, especially with a 510 drip tip on it. There's only so much air you can pull through a 510.
Right.
I'm not really getting much flavor out of it. I get the coconut scent out of it, but I'm not getting any of the peach or the apricot. Turn down at 35. No. Go up to 50. Nope.
No.
No real flavor. I mean, it's Canthal coil, so it's not going to be as pungent as the nichrome ones we're used to using.
Yeah.
We go with the other airflow. Cut the top down. Top's closed. I don't know if you can see that.
Use the bottom one.
Just the bottom one. It's not hot at 50. It's very quiet. Just doesn't have any flavor.
Wow. That's odd.
There's no real creaminess to it. I don't get the marshmallow either.
No, don't it?
That's disappointing.
Imagine now it is old school, like, you know, they weren't exactly the best then, you know. I mean, we're spoiled now, aren't we, with the stuff that you get now.
We'll screw in a little plastic chuff cap. We are spoiled with how good vapes are nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot more airflow, whistly. I prefer the reduced 510.
Yeah.
In here.
It's a weird one. Well, it's weird. It's a weird looking thing anyway, isn't it? So.
Well, the thing that sucks about it is having to keep everything aligned. There's no indexing ring between the cap and the tank, and there's no indexing ring or stopper for the actual airflow control. It just drops in there. This is one, if you found on clearance, I wouldn't even suggest you get.
That's a big no.
Big no for the Addy 3.
Wow.
Oddball color, too.
That color is very retro, shall we say?
Blue.
Wotofo AD3, eh?
Imagine it was blue, red, stainless, and black.
That's the blue. The red will probably look like pink.
The 510 pin is adjustable.
Ah, right. Weird. Oh, look for that. Oh, sure.
Nope. No, thank you.
My great. Trying to see when it came out. It was around September 2015. That's how old that is.
Here's some quality for you.
Know what I mean?
The little ribbon they put on here to help you pull this out broke off. First try. There's the cap. Press fit, doesn't even have a O-ring on it. And the whistling noise is back. Because they used one of these instead of like the one we had last week, the 510 that came with it straight. And no airflow.
Very well gauged.
Does it vape? Yes. But it has no flavor. Just not worthwhile.
Just having a quick look at it there on Google. It's not really getting good stuff on that one, eh?
Still available for sale for $15.99.
I've seen it here on this one. It's $22.99 on that one, but it could be something totally different.
And that's straight from the manufacturer.
This review of like e-cig, click e-cig is the attitude where it depends on what you want from an RDA. If you want a cloud making RDA that isn't particularly good at flavor but is very well made, this is for you. So it's more of a cloud chucker than a flavor one.
Yeah, there's no flavor really to it.
Yeah, it's a cloud chucker. Basically, you just put a nice low build in it, crank up the power, and it'll chuck fucking clouds for days. That's pretty much where they're coming from with it.
Yep.
Which, you know, in 2015, that was probably about the thing in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You basically got two types of device. You either got a cloud chucker that didn't taste of anything, or you got something that had plenty of flavour but no cloud.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's the way they were made then, isn't it?
Well, looking at the time, 7:45, your place.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Why mine says it's 5:12 p.m. I don't know. That's odd.
Yeah.
It's 2:45 here.
Mm. Yeah, time zone's way out on that one.
Yeah. The date's wrong, too.
Nah. Holy shit. You're well off the mark.
Take a look at chat while I go to the boys' room.
No problemo. Oh, God. Oh, we got you bastard. No, 5 days. That's a steep. Got the percentages. We've got you them. I don't know if there's a big delay in this or what. Nothing new come up in this chat. Somebody type a comment in just to see what I'll try to refresh this stream. Have a refresh. Ah, there we go. I've had to refresh the screen. The last comment I've got is by Ian Thomas, who was saying good fat.
I was talking about your nuts.
No, I'm just having a quick refresh on it because it took forever to change over that on my end for some reason. I don't know why. Like I say, chat hasn't updated as much either. Hang on.
Well, unfortunately,
I don't know what's going on there.
I'm switching tanks back. I'm going back to the Arbiter because this ADVOCACY is nothing but a display piece.
There you are. Ian Thomas is there, man. I just thought something went wrong there. There you go. He just says it's gone a bit quiet. That's all right. I thought everybody buggered off.
I recycled this. It's going to go on as a display piece because I vape for flavors, not for clouds alone. If your Addy can't give you flavor, what's the point?
I can see it. 2015 technology, mate.
Is that really how old it is?
Yep. September 2015 was roughly when that came out.
Yeah, I see a review on here of the ADVOCACY, June 17th, 2015.
Yeah. Holy moly, man.
That is unreal.
That is old. That is really
well, that's
old.
not going to work at 40 watts. I'm like, where's my flavor?
Nope. Where you going, the Arbiter, like?
This chewing gum. Palate cleanser. All right, one more thing for today.
Oh.
Find out about this Moradin.
Who makes
that one?
Who makes it iCloud?
ICLOUDCIG. No spaces.
ICLOUDCIG Moradin. Let's have a quick look, eh?
Actually, you know what? There's no URL, so let me show you the back of the box there. First pure ceramic chamber RTA.
Uh-oh.
Exclusive juice flow control designed by ICLOUDCIG.
Uh-oh.
Very Aspire-like packaging. Plastic case. Let me see if I can cover up the back where the URL is. This is basically the same thing that was on the outer box. But there is a very tall chimney.
Yeah, ceramic chamber comes with a compact vertical 2-post building deck, supports single coil or dual coil, convenient top refill. Yeah.
Vertical coil.
Very interesting.
Standard deck. Not a whole lot of room in there for your wicking material.
That was a surprise.
But that white is ceramic, not plastic.
Hmm.
And assuming this is ceramic as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. And a set of round wire is included for your build. Another blue screwdriver, some O-rings. Nice sealed foil pack.
It looks like another tall one, doesn't it?
Yes, it is.
I think
it's about the same size as this Kangaroo from last week.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a bummer for flavour.
You can still taste the grape in here, though. Little whistly.
The deck does look pretty small, mine, doesn't it?
Huh.
Mm. It's a weird yell, like. Fuck me. I don't want to stream here. Well, there you go.
Another Phillips head screw.
There's another one bad to dust. There we go. Oh, yeah, mate.
I've had some decent vape out of round wire.
Oh, round. We kind of got around with a bit of round wire, man. The Canthal as well, is it?
I didn't see specifications for it. All they include in there is a little card. Tells you how to fill it. This screws on to that center chambers of threads. And then there's your fill holes.
Let's see, what's in the bar? 2 pre-made coils.
What diameter is this?
22 in it.
Well, this is a 2.5.
It's a
And
22.
it's very loose on there, so I'm probably guessing 2.8.
This thing says 2
because 3 millimeters will not fit.
That would be 2.5.
2.8. What are we cutting these leads to?
Two by 5.
Is that going to clear that center post? 5.5, no. Six, 6.5.
I'll be careful on the height, because obviously with that being ceramic, will it not melt?
Ceramic's not going to melt. Ceramic's like stone, like your plateware.
Ah, right, that's what I'm thinking, Si. I'm thinking the other one, man. Ultim.
Yes.
Duh. When was this put up? I'm trying to see what date this was.
We'll go with 6.5.
According to this, that came out around 2016. Yep, it was about 2016. It's got air. It actually says it's got juice flow control where you lift the ring up and down or something. That says it's crap. It's just no good. That says it's no good for that.
Ooh, poked my thumb with it.
Oh.
Tiny round wire.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer.
What's going to suck is having to put both of these coils, hold both of these coils in here at the same time.
Bit like the velocity in it. How two in.
Why does it not want to go through? Pull that screw head up a hair more.
I would go sitting right over the top of that hole. That's where you want it.
All right. Let's prep the other one. 6.5 as well.
Look nice and neat, like them coils, whatever they are, like. I mean,
well, round wire is easy to manufacture like that.
Just wonder what material they are.
That makes two of us.
They don't really look like cantha. They look a bit too shiny. I could be wrong. God.
I didn't see where the airflow comes in yet.
Probably it's Cyclops air holes in it, so imagine probably side is up or up the bottom.
It's very interesting how I don't see any airflow in this thing. This is glass literally that comes all the way down to the bottom to here. So it looks like the airflow.
It's top airflow, isn't it?
No.
It's got to go to channel.
There you go.
Yeah, one quick look.
Right there.
See what we see there.
Where is the airflow? Holes.
Having a quick geek.
Tell you what, this needs to come in though.
Just having a geek. Sorry, mate. Just having a see if there's anything that will shine any light on it for you. And images. Seeing if any manufacturing pictures have got like a schematic on it, you know what I mean?
The tolerances on these older tanks are so much tighter than modern day stuff.
Oh, the modern day stuff's like more forgiving, isn't it? Trying to see if this fucking airflow comes down on this thing. No. Not giving you much detail.
It looks like this is like U-shaped. Like the center portion of this is carved out. Because I don't see any actual air holes. See, if I rotate this all the way around, you won't see any holes.
Oh, the air holes are underneath the coil. It comes in from the bottom.
Yeah, but this is the airflow ring. Air comes in here. It goes straight through into here.
Comes up under your coil. I think that one you've got on the top is the juice flow. Bottom ring's your airflow. So I think it's got a juice flow control, which is, the reckon is neither here nor there.
There's a slot right there.
Yeah.
That's for the airflow.
Well, that juice flow ring apparently moves up and down. Sorry, the airflow ring, apparently it moves up and down to control your juice flow, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, it slides up and down, and it's supposed to control your juice flow.
There would be the air opening right there.
The bottom one's your air.
Too high.
I think it was on the juice flow you were on.
Well, that ought to work. Let's throw it onto the build stand, see how it ohms out.
It's got to come in, like I say, that hole underneath your coil. It's got to come up under there. Same it. Bottom airflow is normally pretty good. I prefer bottom airflow underneath the coil, but as you can see by the length of that chimney, you might lose a bit.
0.36.
It looks like it's going to be a bit of a finicky one. God, Bennett. That poor Sharon's load of, it is just old shit, isn't it?
Stop, make sure that these little strands, these little wire, look how tiny that is. Talk about thin gauge. Definitely want those in the garbage bag and not in my feet. Good old Muji coming to the rescue again.
Looks that way.
I'm actually going to go just a hair narrower than last time.
Right over that hole. Easier said than done, like, but there we go. Good old shared posts. The things we used to do, eh?
I didn't have the joys of doing this. This was way before my time.
Oh, I remember that. I remember pulling my hair out doing shit like that. Absolutely go crazy.
When you pull off too much of the skin,
It's a weird looking device. Yeah, just hammer the skin on it, man. It'll show up in the dude. Looks. Like I say, I'm just wondering if that very long chimney is going to mute it all. But you could be pleasantly surprised. Like I say, it's 2016 technology, man.
is that too long?
Possibility? I never know. Maybe.
And too thick.
The deck doesn't look like there's a lot of room on there for anything like that. Oh, the fun we used to have back in the old days, eh? Good old velocity deck. Bloody hell. That was like sliced bread, that man, it's dear. The velocity deck.
That is tight in there. Not much room for this cotton at all. How do you keep this cotton perfectly straight? Going into such a tiny hole. Can't even keep it on camera.
Good grief, it's small, isn't it?
Yeah, and then when you think about the cotton's going to expand down there. Supposed to use a dam method? Well, that's better. I literally plucked out a couple hairs to get it to fit into the hair.
I see, like 2.5 coils. There ain't gonna be much room for wick. That was me pet hates, man. With some of them, like, you've obviously got to have the thickness for your wick to sit in the coil nice. But obviously then when you get to try and put it in the juice wells and you literally thin it thinner than it should be, you know what I mean?
It's literally grabbing tiny tufts to thin it down. Just barely enough room to get this in there.
Very tight.
This one's a lot looser than this one. There.
Yeah, again, when it gets saturated up, man, it'll fill it.
I'm not worried about it leaking so much as I am about choking it out.
I'd rather have it leak than be dry, without a doubt.
Yeah, nobody wants to try it.
Oh. None of that shit.
I'm sure we're running long here, so next week I'll make sure to only build one rebuildable one, and we'll pull out some stock device we can slap together real easy.
Holy moly, man, that is fucking tight. Jesus.
It's tiny.
It is.
And you don't give you much room to actually make the bend.
Probably I literally cut it like a bow tie, I suppose, and then just tuck it in. Literally like a dam, literally.
Yeah. The thing is, when you bring it in here, you don't want to make sure that it doesn't bend, like, you know, create a horseshoe as it's dropping down. You want it to all fall down straight.
Yeah. Dusty County Road said, "It's all good, we love it. I don't care how long you run, mate."
Becca Nichols, hello and welcome.
Hello.
Ancient technology at its finest.
It's, yeah. That is absolutely tiny, that, like. I mean, just imagine, you know, your preference of coils. If you had some more wraps on that coil and it stuck out further, where would you put your wick?
Then you would run into the thing of, you know, your wick wouldn't touch the coil.
Exactly.
Thank goodness that is done.
Wow, is that better?
That's the screwdriver tip.
It's tiny in it.
I can't believe how tiny it is.
I think that was the run-of-the-mill size then, though, for like RTAs. Now it was like 22 mil was your average size.
Yeah. Still not shorting out, so we're doing good there. Well, that's good. Didn't change.
Awesome. See, that's why in them days you used to take your time when you done a build. Because you didn't have much choice.
I understand now why build streams are, you know, an hour long for one device.
Oh, without a doubt.
Let's get our apricot delight on there. That smells good. Haven't even made any vape yet.
Yeah, Tim B has made a point. We used to do that with some of the old stuff, was actually soak your coils a little, soak your wicks a bit before you put them in. Sometimes it helps. We used to do that with
That's
some.
an interesting idea.
Yeah, it's you can get them all expanded. I think you used to do with the Chillin. You used to like soak your wicks before you took them in, so you knew obviously with that. Obviously, it was a nightmare for dry hits because everybody used to just totally bang the wicks in and choke them out. So it was easier to pre-soak them and then obviously get them down to size, and you never got a dry hit.
The best mesh tank that I've got is the Steam Crave Titan. Dual parallel mesh. And the wicking that they gave you just perfectly fits in. And because it's so big, it's easy for fat fingers like me to be able to actually do stuff with it.
The good old Titan. Yeah, something like I say, the old school stuff was very, very, very small.
So
Tim B, I think you can still do some of that with some more modern tanks. You know, like I think Kelpie on Vaping with Vic, I think you pre-soak them as well before you drop them in.
Just it's kind of finicky with your wicking.
Yeah,
the Kelpie.
It's purely simply just to prevent the choking. Check where your juice flow is. Make sure it's fully open. I think it will be if your slides down in it. If your airflow rings down, it should be fully open. I would have thought. You shall find out.
0.34. Go down to 35. 30. Start.
Excuse me. Oh my god, hazard RBA. Bloody hell, Tim B. You got vape, huh?
We got some flavor. This one has a lot more scent to it than the other one does. Still lacking in the flavor, though. Now I understand why the 2015, 2016 recipes were cranked up in percentages. 30% for flavors, for flavoring.
Oh. Yep. Without a doubt, mate.
It's a very restricted airflow. Bump the wattage up some.
Mm.
$40 watts are definitely getting a lot of vape out of it. But I think it might be just a little too warm. I mean, a little too much wattage.
I think the devices at that time weren't built for high wattage. I think they were all pretty much low wattages. Early
but 35
days.
Watts isn't bad.
That's when the wattage wars were starting, wasn't it?
I'm trying to answer the question in my head. Would I have been able to quit smoking with this if I bought this as my first device? I understand now why they were pushing in the vape shop when I first walked in the higher nic juices, the 12 and the 18 milligram. You're not getting a whole lot of vapor out of this in the first place.
No.
They're not getting very much flavor. So the juices would have had to have been made with a lot more flavoring in them. And you would have had to crank up the nick in there for you to get the nick you get out of a modern tank.
I think everything was more then, you know what I mean? Back then.
But no comparison on flavor at all. Antique.
Certainly is.
She's a looker.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, you never know.
So the juice flow control that's on there shuts the airflow off. If you slide this ring up, it fills this gap. When you slide it down, the juice can flow in from the tank. So I bet that was a design thing that they did. So when people were, storing it or things got knocked over, it didn't flood their tank and flow out. Because if you had this thing laying on its side, there's nothing preventing air from coming in one side and leaking out the bottom. But by having that being able to slide up and down, now you've opened up the airflow and the juice flow.
Yeah. It was pretty cool in its day, I suppose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But how many people got dry hits because the juice flow was closed and they went to vape it and they fired it, but there was no airflow, so then they got a taste of some juice or spitback or something.
Exactly. Well, them were what you would call the learning curves back then, mate.
And long ass chimneys. They love their long ass chimneys.
Yeah.
That's the one we did last week and the one we did just now. They're exact same height.
Yeah.
Drip tips are about the same. The bore's a little bit bigger on the one and the other, but there's essentially just 510 drip tips. Reduced airflow. This one obviously was better as a top airflow.
We're just tall tanks in them days because obviously when you think about it, the mods could only accommodate 22 mils, so they couldn't go wider. They had to go higher until they've got the wider mods in. Although the mods were, 22 millish then, or maybe 25 at a push back then. Not like you get now, where you put 28 and 30s and God knows what on. In that old, remember when I got that old cubic mod out that time when I showed you that one with the smock on? That's only a 22 mil mod, and it took 3 batteries. Work that one out. Work that one out.
That's unbelievable.
But that was only 22 mil, and it was a big box, but it was very thin. So obviously the tanks then, were made to fit the mods.
Not something that I can see myself vaping after I, go through this tank. I'm not going to waste it. I'll play with this the rest of the day today or whatnot, but unbelievable. How much the technology has come in such a short period of time.
I'm saying, back then, it's just,
And the flavor, it's just, we've come exponential on the flavors. I mean, the Creed. 3 years came out after that? The airflow's different. The chamber height is different. It's shortened out. Fatter tank makes it easier to build on. I mean, the history of vaping just... It upsets me to know that, YouTube is removing some of these videos from back in the day when this was released. How many devices came out like that? And that part of, vaping history is gone.
Like, I mean, I've just had a fucking brain fart there. I was going to say something that just totally went straight out my head. It's like I say, we're
I can see
spoiled.
though, a lot of why the old mods were only like 80-watt devices.
Yeah.
You know, when you're putting in, you know, and this one's actually a sub-ohm coil at 0.6.
Like I say, like we use like the single wires. Then you got like, you know, like the exotic wires come along, and then obviously the, you know, mesh just was a massive game changer on it. Period. You know, in the vaping game, it just massively changed. But now it's what you had at the time, I suppose. You know what I mean? I think back then it was more about the start off with the wattage, the kind of the wattage wars. You know, try and get your wattage up. You know, that was the wattage. Then it was kind of like a bit of size. You know, then they started making them bigger. And then obviously the airflow was developed more after the wattage, you know, because obviously when they were bigger watts, there wasn't enough airflow to cool the stuff down. So that was the next chapter, you know. They've got the wattage race hour. They could go, right, we can get the wattage up to X amount of watts, but it's getting too warm. Now we need to do the airflow, and then it's just moved on. Then obviously since mesh coils have come along, well, poof, there you go. Total new ball game.
Yeah, but the thing that gets me though is I've been, you know, pushing the advocacy thing and looking at the news and look at the science aspects of it. And a lot of the science from the earlier days can't apply to the modern device. The modern liquids are cut back in flavor because you don't need it as much. The modern device puts out so much more flavor and doesn't break down the components that are in the e-liquid. You know, the science from back in the day when this was released is useless.
I think
because the modern device operates completely different.
I think back in the day it was more about getting you to quit cigarettes, and that was it. Quit cigarettes, done, and then quit vaping. Because, like you say, the bottles of secret sauce that you got then, or that were mixed, you know, they were all 18s and 20s. They were high content, and like you say, the flavors were more concentrated then, and it wasn't. But then it wasn't about flavour. Everybody was into chucking clouds then. Nobody was bothered with flavour. Then it was clouds. And like I said, them tanks were kind of a branching off of RDAs, because everyone was into RDAs. And that, you know, the RDAs were the flavour chase. And, you know, they're still out of this day. The RDAs are better for flavour. This is like when tanks were coming along and they were still in development. Like, obviously, they couldn't compete with an RDA. But they were basically to make them user-friendly for the person who wanted to quit smoking, and that was their sole intent. It wasn't a case of you going and enjoying it. It was just a way of quitting smoking, and that was it. And obviously, then they went, like I say, they went on the wattage race, then obviously the airflow race, and then, you know, mesh coils and where we're today. I mean, when you look at today, with technology today, I mean, how much further can you push it? You know what I mean? Airflow spot on now, flavour spot on. What more can you do? I
mean, we have come full circle, because the coils that are in this are probably smaller than the coils I just put in that one.
Exactly. But the mesh, that's the difference. But like it says, how much further can you push vaping products for flavour? I mean, have we peaked? Have we plateaued? Is there room for more? You just don't know, do you? Your better half has commented in the chat that she sent you a text, sir.
Fantastic. She gave me some feedback on the audio levels.
Ah.
So.
We're still loud.
It's okay. I just bring down the level in the compressor. I can compensate for that. All right.
There you go.
Well, there we have an exploration.
I mean, them two were old. They were really old.
But I wanted to explore what it was like back in 2015, back in the heyday of vaping. This is the heyday of vaping. This is right before the peak when everybody was doing it. And they were doing it with this kind of flavor, lackluster flavor.
Yeah.
It truly was an accomplishment for you to quit smoking using a device like this.
Oh God,
and I totally appreciate the fact that the recipes from back in the day were literally 20-30% flavoring because you needed to, since this didn't give it to you.
There had to be, man. There had to be. And plus, I don't think
you
there was
just have a single mass, and I get the science behind it. You get a single mass of a single round wire that is heated up. It's impossible for you to get that perfect temperature where you don't destroy the components that make up that flavor profile.
Plus, like I think the e-liquids then, there wasn't like any high max VG then, because obviously it just wouldn't work, and then it just, you know what I mean, just wouldn't have it. So I think the concentrates were like, you know, I think people a lot like you see around about the 50-50, 60-40 mark then. I think that's actually how you bought them.
Yeah.
It came along later.
Unbelievable.
But the nicotine strength was the main thing. That's what they were designed to do. Stop you fucking smoking. That was it. Whether you enjoyed it or not was just they didn't care. You know, as simple as that. But yeah, it just goes to show. Like I say, when you've done it and you've started from that, and you come to see where it's gone now, the technology has moved really fast. Like,
yeah, and the coil technology has moved really fast too.
Fast.
Tricore alien claptons for fruits and staggered fused claptons for custards and desserts.
Yeah,
it does make a big difference.
Definitely.
And understanding the science behind it too, how you're running the electricity through all of it and heating it all up as one mass, and finding that perfect balance between getting to temperature quickly and not, you know, going past it. Regulating that temperature, and that's where the claptons came in, and then the fused claptons and the staggered fuse, and then, you know, the aliens was more about the design of it and the aesthetics of it than was actually improving a clapton.
They just look good.
The way that the vapor, the liquid, actually seeps into the crevices between each of those clapton wraps, and then gives it more surface area for it to evaporate. That contributes to the flavor profile.
I mean, temp control was big back then. I think it was like stainless steel was a big one back then. That was another big thing back then. But like I say, it was mostly RDAs then. Like I say, some of your mods then were still very hit-y-missy when it comes to temp control.
Speaking of which, I think that's going to be the actual selection for next week. I'm going to pull out in mod that isn't quite that old. It's probably 3 years old, but it's got a Yeehee board in it. So I'm curious to see how the temperature control works in that compared to the DNA boards.
Pretty much the same. I'll tell you that now. They're both kind of... Them two were the forefront. The temp, like I say, all the other manufacturers have slowly caught up, and they're all pretty much spot on now. Pretty much the same. I mean, I think the Paranol. I think the Paranol might fucking hit a bit quicker than the Yeehee. I think that was a slight difference. But they're both, you know, you never got a burn, you never got a dry hit and out off them. Like, it's just...
Smock has gotten a lot better on theirs, too. I mean, for them to be able to nail temperature control actually says quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
No, I'll have to check it out.
But like I said, they both kind of nailed it. They were the guys who were leading it, you know. And like I say, everybody's kind of caught up.
I'll definitely have to check it out.
Tim B said he had the Joytech, is it EVIC or EVIC? I can't know how you pronounced it. It was the VT 60 watt in 2015. It was a hell of a machine at that time. Picked it up last year. boy, that thing was like 1.5 kilos. It was they were massive.
Oh man!
Well, that's a classic example. 60 watts. You know that I think that was about the max wattage you had then. So the you know the power, the wattage race was starting back then. You know what I mean? And that's where it got to the start, like the wattage race, and obviously the airflow race. You know, it was clever that when you look back how it's progressed. You know what I mean? Like I say, when you vape on that 2015, and then you pick your arbiter up, it's like night and day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, man.
Wow. I've definitely learned something today. I mean, just the contrast between then and today is astronomical. And knowing the science that I see and looking at the dates that the studies were actually done, I can totally get why they found what they did back then. And why today, there's absolutely no reason why Public Health England, if they did an actual study this year on the technology of the modern devices that they have, even the, you know, the stock coil mesh tanks that they have now, they're going to come up with completely different results than they did 5 years ago.
Well, like you say, back then the Ni coils were a no-no, the nickel coils were a no-no because they reckon they were that badly made you could actually get poison off them. Never touched them back then with them. Obviously, with that kind of device, everybody avoided nickel like the plague.
Yeah. Well, now we've got the nichrome, and it's so fantastic. There's no reason why, you know, we can't be up closer to 98, 99% safer than smoking.
Easy.
Because, I mean, the majority of your liquid now is strictly VGPG. And everything's so pure.
Everything's moved on. Manufacturing processes, technology. Even your cotton. I mean, like Muji. I mean, God, that's been for years. But even your cottons now.
And then you also have to take into consideration the flavors have been cleaned up as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've been reformulated to eliminate these potential ingredients that could cause harm to us vapors.
Yeah.
And the industry itself on the back end is really pushing towards, you know, knowing what everybody's cast numbers are in their flavor profiles.
Yeah.
You know, you still keep the secret of the percentages of this ingredient versus this ingredient to create this flavor profile, but having that information can easily build a scientific database that any company at some point in time in the future would be able to use to get FDA approval of their product.
Yeah, definitely. It's still a learning curve, isn't it? I mean, you know,
I totally understand now why they say the people that have the data are the ones that are going to still be here 10 years down the road.
Right.
You build that information database, because somebody asked on Twitter just this past week, you know, a lawyer who's suing Oregon for their flavor ban was asking what flavor components actually make up a tobacco flavor. Because they put this flavor ban arbitrarily into place saying, oh, you're only allowed tobacco flavor. Tobacco flavor is a complex flavor profile. LabWorks, I think, even commented on it, said anywhere from 8 to 40 flavoring components make up a tobacco flavor, depending on whether you're just a simple tobacco or a cigar.
But people get like kind of misconstrued about the tobacco flavors. I think it tastes like a cigarette. Well, it don't. You can get different flavored tobacco flavors. You know what I mean? Get some with caramel. You get some with like I've seen one with bourbon in. You know what I mean? There's different flavors of tobacco.
And if you really want to take a look at it, and I'm sure that, you know, the tobacco industry is trying to keep this a secret as much as possible, but in the process of creating the reconstituted tobacco leaves that they put into tobacco so they don't waste a single ounce of the tobacco product, the leaf, the stems, the sticks, all of it's reground and reconstituted and sprayed with flavoring components, I would be willing to bet that there's a lot of similarities in what goes in to make a tobacco flavored flavor component and what's actually sprayed onto the tobacco leaves.
Possibly, yeah.
or the end result of all the spraying that they put on, like the ammonia to treat the tobacco, to pH adjust it. And if you broke that down and distilled that in PG, you would actually find the same components.
I think they're just cheating now. They're just throwing e-liquid on it now. That's it. There you go. That's all the flavour we need in there. Just chuck that on. That'll do. Just soak in e-liquid. It'll be fine.
Listen, the eventuality is the tobacco companies are going to be putting out their vaping devices. They're going to be shit devices, little, pen style things or whatnot. Maybe end up, something like this. But now that the technology's out there, it's just a matter of time for them to use their might to get stuff through the FDA. Yeah. I sincerely hope that the small mom and pop, organizations, which obviously can't survive as a single mom and pop unit, they're literally becoming corporations themselves. I sincerely hope that more than Enjoy is able to get into this sphere and stay in the sphere.
Yeah, to that.
But as far as the other aspects of it, we're going to stick around and we're going to keep mixing our own stuff and keep doing our own things.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree with Tim B there. No juice will ever taste like a stink. No, but I think what I was getting at was when I was quitting, if somebody said to me tobacco and e-liquid, that's the first thing that came in. I wanted to avoid tobacco like the plague. And that's what was the way of thinking about it. It's the mental thing. I know you never get. I wouldn't want to vape. I wouldn't want to vape if an e-liquid that tastes like a stinky. I just wouldn't want to do it. But that was the mindset that you're quitting. You think tobacco? No, stop away from that. That's what I was getting at, rather than the flavour.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Whenever there's people out there that they wanted tobacco, because of one of my friends wanted to quit with vaping, but he only wanted a tobacco flavor. He wanted it to taste like his cigarette. Yeah. I'm like, why? He's like, I don't like any idea of vaping fruits, or that's for kids. So you're punishing yourself. You're preventing yourself from having the pleasurable experience of getting something that literally tastes like something that you enjoy. Exactly. That's part of the incentive to keep vaping and not light up a cigarette. So for me, candy cane was a fantastic thing, because I got the menthol rush and the menthol aspect of it, the minty aspect of it, but it wasn't tobacco in any shape or form.
It's like I say, I don't think something. It's. I mean, we are creatures of habit, and I think the main thing for me, as you've seen, why you've just tested an old vape device, the flavour and everything wasn't brilliant, but it was the habit of that. And that was one of the big things that helped me. If it wasn't doing that, I don't think I would have quit.
Yeah,
that was part of the big thing. Like you said, you've just tried some of the old stuff. It wasn't great, but it was what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, and if the nic level was high enough in here, I probably could have quit. I wouldn't have enjoyed it, and I probably would have struggled and been a dual user much longer than when I quit using a device and a flavor that did nothing to do with my smoking.
Mm-hmm. That was my mindset when I give up. Just say, like, do you want a tobacco? No, don't want nothing to do with that. But yeah, like I say with them devices, if there's too much tobacco in it, secret sauce in it, it'd be too harsh, and and that's when you would cough and you ring up, and then you would say, no, I'm not having that. You know what I mean? That's how it was. Like it was a bit harder than getting used to them. You know what I mean? If your nic was too high, it was worse than smoking. It was coughing, or it was very bitter or very chemically. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I went back to the shop because when they first gave me that 18, I was like, I cannot vape this. I went and I told them, I'm like, listen, I need something that, has more vapor production, but less concentration, something that doesn't, irritate my throat.
Well, that's why I failed my first few attempts with vaping, simply purely because I think at the time, a lot of the vape shops at the time were just wanting to do a sell. They weren't advising you. They were just saying, yeah, buy that. They'll give you a device that you just didn't need. Or they'll give you something that was really shitty, like a cigarette, some crap. There's nobody like at the time, taking the time to explain with you and ask you questions, you know, it was just a sale then. That's what it was. Obviously now there's a bit more, you know, a bit more time and advice now when you walk in a bit. But back then it was, you know, it was a big thing. Everybody jumped on the bandwagon, everybody was making money out of it. So as time's gone on, you know, people are like,
because, you know, a little, you know, 30 mil bottle or 15 mil vial would be, you know, $25.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
$30.
You know, your mods then, you can buy a mod like 30, 40 quid then, but that was big bucks then, you know what I mean? That was four, we could sell about 4 of them a day, we're laughing, you know, and that's how they did it back then.
Well, not around here. When we went to the vape shop the very first time, I mean, the cheapest thing they had was $100.
Yeah. But now, like I said, they're accommodating for it now. It's, you know, like I said, what Tim B said, one of his comments there, he says, you know, try a disposable now and then think back 10 years. The difference unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. And that's the reason why they had to use the salt nick in here to get rid of that harsh throat hit.
Yeah. They are accommodating more for people quitting with the devices they've got out here now.
Yeah. Because now all you literally get is a beautiful flavor. And you get your cravings cured.
I'll tell you what it is, I wish they were around when I quit. I would have been on them straight away. No problem.
Well, that's the reason why they've taken over the marketplace.
Yeah.
It isn't just, you know, because they're trying to violate the laws or attract the kids. People want something simple. And they want it to work, and they don't want to think about it.
Exactly. That's the way it works. I mean, however, some of them you don't even have to press a button. You actually just suck on them, and that's it. You don't even have to push a button.
Listen, these devices have gotten to be so good nowadays, you could easily eliminate tobacco combustion off the face of the planet in 5-10 years. Except for those diehards that will smoke until their last breath. Like my brother-in-law, he'll never give up cigarette smoking. Ever. No matter what you say or what you give him as an alternative, if he can get his hands on it, he'll get his hands on it. And if you ban them altogether, there'll be a black market like cocaine and heroin.
Oh, it's like everything. But I mean, I had that attitude as well. I said I would die with a cigarette in my gob. You know what I mean?
I thought the same thing.
I was a hardened smoker. I was like 40 cigarette a day, man. Easy.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, you've got to have the mindset. I mean, but I think they are making it harder now for people to smoke anyway. You know, public places, all that shit, they just banned it. And so it's going to take its toll eventually.
Yeah.
But I knew a person who was on, I'd say about 80 fags, maybe 100 fag. Used to light one up, smoke it, put it out, light one. I don't even know how this person breathed oxygen. It was literally like that all day.
I was one of those kind of people that had multiple ones in the ashtray.
Really? Oh, no. Well,
anyway, I would light one up, and I would sit there and smoke it, and I'd get like a phone call or an interruption. I had to go do something else. I'd put my thing in the ashtray. I'd go in the other office and get to do whatever I had to do. And while I'd be sitting there, I'd light up another one, you know, and then somebody would call me out. So I would put it in the ashtray in there, and I'd go back to the bar, and they're like, your cigarette's still smoking. I'm like, yeah, okay. What did you need?
Oh, but like I say, this person got rushed into hospital with a heart attack. Doctor tell her, you know, cigarettes, bad for you. Stop like that. Unbelievable. Cold shock. Sharp shock to the system. Stop straight away. No aids, no nothing. Just stopped. Out of sheer fright.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that can do that, but I don't think I would have ever been one of them. If I wouldn't have found vaping, I'd still be smoking.
I wouldn't have. I couldn't have just stopped. I mean, I tried cold turkey loads of times, and I was up the wall. Crawling up the walls. Remember, like, I was sitting at home, and I was just, you know, anything was just annoying. Just drop a pen, and I screamed out that, and literally my father went, "Here, there's some money, can't get a pack of bloody tabs because I'm sick of you."
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what nicotine does. It's got that calming effect, you know. concentration levels and everything, vastly improved it. So it is what it is, isn't it?
Yep, I totally agree with Clive Bates. I think that, nicotine should be as available and freely used as caffeine. And, caffeine isn't the only drug out there that we consume on a regular basis. You might argue that there's people out there that pop, Advil and ibuprofen daily, Tylenol, their entire life.
Exactly. We'll go there.
Well, sir, I think we've reached our limit for today.
You really
covered everything that we were supposed to cover. We made everything that we were supposed to make. Got to teach people how to bend recipes a little bit. I love these things. Fantastic.
We got it done. It took a bit longer than normal, but we got it there.
Did have a hiccup. Did have OBS completely crash in the thing. There's still a couple things not working right, but
hey, we soldiered on, mate. We soldiered on.
Every week, make one more improvement, one more thing. We'll get there eventually.
It's like 2 steps forward, 4 steps backwards, and then sometimes you must like, what
you mean
the
like
hell?
Windows updates?
Oh.
We patched half a dozen security updates, and here's a couple more bugs in the system for you to play with.
Exactly. Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely mad. Absolutely mad.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape's my wish for all of you. I hope you all have a fantastic day. We'll be back same time next week and keep doing this until we finally get everybody to start vaping and stop smoking.
Yeah, same from me, boys and girls. Thank you, everybody, for putting up with some of the shenanigans. You still hung about. You still didn't run away. So thank you very much for hanging about, guys. As Alex said, sometimes technology just has a mind of its own and you can't do nothing about it. So,
and for those of you that didn't catch the recap and you weren't here last week, I'll play that for you on the way out.
That's brilliant. So again, guys, thank you very much for being here. Please join us same time, same place next week. And until then, stay safe, vape safe, and I'll see you all then. Bye now.
Bye-bye. On the last episode of the Mixin and Chillin vlog, even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through.
Today's retro build is the Serpent Elevate by Wotofo. We need to finally get around to doing this Serpent Elevate. 2 grumpy old men.
Yep.
We have a Kangaroo Tech CL tank. And hopefully, finally, we'll get to the Serpent Elevate.
I've still not done that.
That has still not been done.
I'm sorry, but this Serpent should take priority. How long has it been going? It's gotta get shelved again. I can see it coming.
So here we have it. Kangertech CL Tank 4.0, top fill, child lock, leak free.
Kangertech.
How tall that is.
That's very tall. We are talking old school here, you know. Old school.
510 drip tip.
Holy moly.
If that's your map, bloody hell. Oh, Jesus. What's that?
Talk about old school design for coils.
Holy moly, that's a long piece of... That's just so long.
0.5 ohms.
So obviously it's a bottom fill. You know, you take it all apart, fill it from the bottom, then put your bottom back on, basically. It's not a top filler now.
Holy moly.
That is so weird to fill the tank up and then shove the coil in there. And it legit fills it the whole way.
Ooh.
Coffee Dino S'mores. It's a stout brewed with cocoa nibs, coffee, and other natural flavors.
But
if this doesn't wash away the musk, I'm not sure anything will. How many of you know what a musk flavor is? They come from the glandular secretion of animals such as the musk deer. Now, who loves a good musk flavor?
You may get that projectile vomit after all, folks.
Now we get to find out what the best musk recipe tastes like. Musk candy.
I bet this is the most accurate measurement he's ever done.
It doesn't taste bad, it's just that all I can smell is musk.
Where exactly is this gland on here?
Really want to know? Right in front of its pecker.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Look at these beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do.